Edna, are we online?
We're live. I'll just.
Perfect. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services. Today we have a grouping of work sessions and a presentation from the Commission study expanding access to oral health care by studying alternative pathways for obtaining license to practice dentistry. At first, we'll introduce our people and starting with Representative Mastracchio.
Good morning. I'm Anne Marie Mastracchio. I represent House District 142, which is part of the city of Sanford and the village of Springvale.
Good morning. I'm Representative Josh Morris. I represent District 91, which is Turner, Leeds, and Wayne.
Good morning. I'm Rolf Olson, District 86, which is Raymond, Casco, Fry Island, and up in Poland.
Morning, I'm Bob Foley. I represent House District 145, which is most of the town of Wells.
Good morning, everybody. I am Representative Poppy Arford. I represent State House District 101, the western part of Brunswick.
Hello, Michelle Boyer. I represent House District 123, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Good morning. I'm Sally Clucci. I represent House District 52, which includes the communities of Bowdoin, Bowdenham, and Richmond.
We have one more joining us. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody. Representative Paul Flynn, House District 63, which is Winslow, Albion, Freedom, and a bit of Unity Plantation.
Thank you, Rep. Flynn. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Representative Mary Grace Chimino, representing House District 83, which is Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denmark.
Thank you. And I am Christy Matheson. I represent District 151, Kittery, and I serve as a House co-chair.
Good morning. I am Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Buxton, Old Orchard Beach, and Saco, and I serve as the Senate co-chair.
Thank you, everybody. We are going to start our day with an introduction and a summary from the commission with Representative Rana and Senator Bailey. I'll send it over to you two.
Thank you.
Thank you so
You might want to
much.
introduce yourself first, just so people know who's talking.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Representative Rana. I'm Breen Rana, and I am your colleague in the House. I represent House District 21 in Bangor. And I'm here to present to you the findings from the Commission to expand access to oral health care by studying alternative pathways for obtaining a license to practice dentistry. And you may have remembered this bill as LD 1615, which became a study. So we're going to walk you through. You all should have the report in front of you, and we'll walk you through a summary and a little bit of our findings and our recommendations from the study. So just a refresher, this was an act to expand access to oral health care by studying alternative pathways. And the resolve directed the commission to study integrating foreign trained dentists and out-of-state dentists into the dental care workforce. And the commission was tasked to find recommendations on strategies to integrate foreign trained dentists and dentists from other states into the state's dental care workforce, changes to state laws and rules that may pose unnecessary barriers to practice for foreign trained dentists and dentists from other states. So just to clarify, not just foreign trained dentists, but also people that are licensed in other states. Necessary supports for foreign trained dentists and out-of-state dentists moving through the different steps in the licensing process prior to involvement with the Board of Dental Practice, and opportunities to advocate for corresponding changes to national licensing requirements, and also any other matters pertaining to foreign trained dentists and dentists from other states were considered necessary by the commission. And the commission had members of the legislature. We had a member from the HCIFS committee, a member from the HHS committee who also happened to be a former dentist, a member of the Maine Dental Association, a member of an FQHC, a federally qualified health center, a person who is a foreign trained dentist, a member from the Maine Dental Hygienists Association, someone from the Board of Dental Practice, and a representative representing the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation that oversees licensing. And we met 3 times over the break in the fall, and we spent a lot of time talking about the lack of access of care that our communities are facing, talking about especially how members who have main care are facing a shortage of dental providers, that we have a shortage of dental providers that are enrolled in main care. Commission members agreed that main care patients often particularly face difficulty in finding a dental care provider and have to travel to get dental care or go without care altogether. And this is especially acute when it comes to finding specialist services for people regardless of their health insurance, but especially when people had main care. And I'll pass it to Senator Bailey.
Thank you. I would also just point out that what was a little frustrating, I think, for the commission was getting precise data on how many dentists there were and what the shortage was, where the shortage was. Was it just dentists who did not enroll in main care, or was it across the board? I think the consensus was, no matter what sort of data points we looked at, that there was still consensus that there weren't enough dentists to serve the population. But again, that was a little frustrating that we couldn't just get that simple question answered, like how many dentists are there in Maine and how many do we need? So that may be something for the future to look at that. So I did want to just briefly do an overview. I'm jumping to page 6 and do a brief overview of what the commission learned about current licensing pathways, and highlight one pathway in particular that is fairly new, but I think really addresses the incorporating out-of-state dentist into Maine, and doing that rather easily, if you will. So if you look at the bottom of, say, page 7 onto page 8, there's a chart just in terms of the current licensing pathways, and that information was provided to the commission by Penny Valancourt, who was an invaluable member to the commission. The standard pathway, if you will, is that a dentist goes to CODA accredited school, and then passes necessary examinations and gets licensed as a dentist. There is a dentist licensure by endorsement. And again, the most exciting one was that because of the work that this committee did, and Representative Mastracchio, in incorporating the dental board now into OPOR, that now this Title 10 licensure by endorsement is now available to out-of-state licenses that move here. The board is still working on formulating those rules, and is also working on those states that they've looked at, and they can say, oh yes, that's an equivalent license. We can just do it quickly by endorsement. The commission really encouraged them to speed that process up. And what we would really like to see, and you can see one of our recommendations, is to do a letter to, again, encourage them to do those rules and make publicly available for out-of-state dentists to be able to easily look and say, oh, if I move to Maine, I can just get a license by endorsement. That's really easy. So yes, please come to Maine if you already have an out-of-state license and you're looking to relocate for whatever reason. So that was, to me, that was really exciting and wasn't something that I had understood. was part of us putting the dental board now under OPOR. So, I think, and then of course, we know from this committee, we also have compacts in place that will also make it easier for dentists coming from out of state. Those are not up and running yet, both for dentists and dental hygienists, but they are estimating another 18 to 24 months to fully implement those compacts. So from my perspective, I think integrating out-of-state dentists are on the pathway to doing that easily. And we just need to, again, you'll see the recommendations. We really just need to, do our letters like we did like to do in this committee, and making sure that those processes continue moving forward.
A quick question on that. Did they
Sure.
have an estimate on when the rules might be completed for?
We did not. That's why one of the recommendations is to write a letter encouraging them to do that and to keep this committee updated
Great.
as to their progress.
Questions from committee members? Anne Marie?
Chair, I just want to know, so we're still under the compact, you haven't gone to the C yet, or we're talking, I just am trying to understand if you're saying that we have sufficient pathways in place, because I see there's a whole paragraph on licensing and how many foreign trained dentists we've already licensed just in the past year. And I
Yeah,
wonder-
I think the majority of the commission felt that we don't yet have easy pathways for foreign trained dentists, but that we do have in place or soon will have in place for out-of-state dentists.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they understand that, and did they say that they could use the endorsement process
They
as
can
a
do
way
it. They
to,
can-
to license a foreign trained dentist?
Yes, you can do the endorsement process, but again, if it's an individual basis
Yep.
to, determine if the education was equivalent, if the training was equivalent. So it's not like the out of state license by endorsement, which simply, once they determine that, yes, a Massachusetts license is equivalent, it
Right.
doesn't matter who the individual is or what their background was or where they went to school or whatever. So it's
Right.
not as easy.
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
So was there discussion though about their capacity to do that at the board level? They thought that given enough time, they could figure out something that would accomplish the fact that licensing is a minimum standard to protect the public. And that's their concern about making sure that any license that they issue is a license that protects the public, that they've done that. I'm just asking, do they have the capacity? And did they say if they had the capacity to accomplish that work? And are they and they're on that pathway, and so they're prepared to come back at some point in the future?
I don't remember a discussion framed in that way.
About capacity.
Yeah, about capacity.
I think that there was willingness though.
Well-
What was clear. And
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. There was a willingness to, look at all options and, do as you say, make it as easy as possible while at the same time, making sure that the public is protected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Boyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be following up on what Rep. Mastracchio was just asking, but did the commission get a sense of staffing at the board and if there's a shortage of staffing and if that's playing into the time frame that it would take for 18 to 24 months that you mentioned?
The 18 to 24 months is for the compacts.
Okay.
And that has more to do what's happening on the national level. And if you remember, those compacts are driven by the commission at that level, and they have to get enough states to sign on, and they need to do their rules. So that's out of our control in some sense. So that's the 18 to 24 months.
Okay, but with looking at what states might be a definite, yes, this qualifies as licensure by endorsement if you were licensed here. is some of the time frame there, lack of capacity, staffing at the board? And I'm seeing a shaking head in the back. So I just think that's really good for all of us to know, because that came up in other things when we're asking departments to do things and then they're not staffed. And I say that to my colleagues sitting here more than, I'm not directing that at you all, but I just think that's good for all of us to keep in mind.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Continue.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Foley. Sorry, I missed you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious if you got a reason why we could not provide the number of dentists we have and where they're located. Seeing as how we license them, that should be a very easy thing for us to find. I'm just curious if they gave you a reason why we couldn't do that.
No, the challenge is not knowing, again, how many licenses there are, but then knowing how many of those licenses were actually active and what population they were serving in terms of, do they only see private pay persons? Do they only see those with insurance? Do they accept main care? Do they not accept main care? And kind of flushing that out. That's the challenge. It's not, we can absolutely get the number of licenses, but that doesn't necessarily translate to how many dentists are actually practicing in Maine and what is the population they're serving.
Follow-up.
Representative.
Thank you very much for that. Was there any discussion about the department or the board changing their renewal licensing to try to get that information? Because it would be helpful further down the road for policy to understand who's covering what, where, so that those decisions can be, I mean, I can say Southern Maine, in my area, there's more dentists than teeth. But yeah, I'm sure in other parts of the state, it's not that way. And it would be nice to know exactly where. So I just was wondering if that would be something on the renewal license, say, hey, can you give us this information that might help in tracking that? That's just, didn't know if that was a discussion.
There was some discussion certainly about doing something around enrollment in main care. And at least, either asking that question, or at least we heard some information that in some states, I want to say Massachusetts, but correct me if I'm wrong, that in some states, they do require their dentist as part of their renewal to enroll in main care. Doesn't mean you have to accept patients, but you have to at least go through the process. So you're geared up to do that. We did discuss that. I will tell you, there was a lot of pushback from the dentist on doing that. So yes, there was some discussion. I don't remember that there was a lot of appetite for anything like that.
Yeah, no, definitely. We did get pushback on that, and you're right, that was from Massachusetts. That dentists were not interested in going through the process of enrolling. And I'll just share anecdotally, since you mentioned what it's like in Southern Maine. In my community in Bangor, we are dealing with dental shortages, long wait lists at both practices that take private insurance but especially at our federally qualified health center that has lots of openings for dentists and is struggling to fill them. And I mean, I grew up going there when I had main care as a kid, and they take the majority of our main care clients, not just in Bangor, but of course, like Bangor is a service hub, so it caters to the larger community as being the biggest city in that region.
Yeah, and I think there was definitely some agreement that even in places like Southern Maine that might have enough dentists, there still were not enough dentists serving main care patients, and that there were long waiting lists, and that there also were not enough dentists that specialized. What were the two? Pediatric dentistry, and there was another one, oral surgery, or something like that. So certainly you'll see one of our recommendations is to look at maybe developing some more residencies for those specializations that across the board we seem to be lacking here in Maine.
Is it because of low reimbursement rates? Is that the reasoning that you heard from the dentist? Which it's almost like I understand the question, but
Yeah.
was there any recommendation for us to look at increasing those?
There is a recommendation the department is already doing that. So the recommendation is, primarily to like do a letter and say, yeah, you need to do that. Because what we did here is that in other states that did increase the reimbursement rate, they increased the participation by it's not like
It's not brain
hard to
surgery.
figure that out, right? So definitely the reimbursement rate. And to a lesser degree, they had some difficulty when they rolled out the dental benefit with Maine Care, with the provider of, I don't know what you'd call it, but what they had to do to get reimbursed, and it was kind of a mess. And so that discouraged a lot of dentists as well. But bottom line, of course, is if you, just by market forces, if you increase the amount of dentists and you get that competition, you're going to get more dentists who are willing, maybe just starting out or whatever, to participate in Maine Care because, you have that competition. So.
Representative Mastrocchio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was there any discussion in this whole process, though, about the role that dental therapists might play? They take Maine Care. Maybe the thrust should be making sure that we train hygienists who want to go further to be dental therapists, where they can do all that prevention work and that minor restorative work before it gets to the point where you need to put that child in a hospital.
Right.
So I just am really concerned that we're looking at, let's just train more dentists. We are not going to dentist ourselves out of this problem, even in Southern Maine. They work 4 days a week. My dentist works 3 days a week, 8 to 5. That's part of the problem, is that the access is not just about how many they are, it's how much they work, the kind of work they want to do. And if we, as a legislature, decide and they increase those reimbursement rates, I would want to see data in 6 months, a year. Did that actually work? Because I'm not saying that they don't deserve more money for that, but I don't think that that's going to do it. I think that you actually need boots on the ground, and that we have a provider that can do that and do it cheaper and more quickly. And I'm just putting a plug in that's where I'm looking at the future, because we are going to be in a labor crisis in almost every area. You can't make people fast enough and train them fast enough to get them out there to treat all these old people who need all kind of dental work done. So
Thank you.
So the first part of your question, we touched upon that, but we really felt that our charge was to look at dentists. So that's why we did look at dentists, right? But certainly there was some discussion. We had a dental hygienist on the commission. So we did touch upon that. And again, the data we did receive where we compared to other New England states, and when they increased the rate, what happened, it did show there was a direct correlation. So, but I agree, if you go forward, absolutely, you should continue to collect the data. And yes, we should explore all options, obviously. Yeah.
Representative Mastrocchio.
I'm just going to say that in a state like Massachusetts, they have not passed any kind of dental therapy legislation. So they are still relying on their dentists.
Yeah.
And maybe they've chosen that pathway. Maine is different.
Yeah, the big one I remember, and I don't know if that information is in here, I think it is, it was actually Vermont, and I don't know what it's. Yep.
Sure. Why don't we take one more question and then they'll continue with their recommendations? Okay, sure. Go right ahead.
All right, so moving to recommendations. And I would just give an overview. Okay, so page 14 is the chart on the Medicaid reimbursement. And then you can see the percentages. So you could go back and look at that, but I'm glad that information is in there. All right. Recommendations start on page 18. And just as an overview, I think you're gonna find that the recommendations is really coming down to 2 to 3 letters and then one specific piece of legislation. The legislation is LD 1615 with some tweaks. So that's just the overview, but Representative, if you want to start with A1.
Yeah, definitely. So as you just heard, the first recommendation would be passing legislation similar to LD 1615, a bill that was in front of you just last year. And so the modification would be, so this bill originally printed, but with the following modification, naming and defining a limited dentist and replacing the term adjunct dentist, and changing from a 3 to a 6, changing the number of consecutive years that a person is practicing from 3 to 6 under a limited dentist license in good standing in order to become a dentist. And we had a majority support of this. And just want to make sure I'm giving you the information that's necessary to get that. That is the basic summary. Would you add anything to that before we move to the next recommendation?
No, I think, again, the majority thought that 6 years, and again, remember, they still have to, have gone to school and been practicing and pass all the exams. So really all it's doing is saying if they didn't go to a CODA certified school for their schooling, that they could substitute, if you will, 6 consecutive years of practicing in good standing. And that would substitute for not having gone to a CODA certified school, but they still would have gone to school. They still would have practiced. And they still have to pass all their exams. So that's the basic difference.
In that schooling, generally what the big difference is that most of these dentists don't have an undergrad degree, which is usually something that's not relevant to the to what they do for their doctoral degree in dentistry. So that's really the big difference in education for a lot of these people. They do have a legitimate doctoral degree in dentistry.
Representative Mistrokh.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but I just have to say that I do think that that undergraduate degree actually is important in their dental degree. So I'm not going to say that somebody that didn't have that and just went and started hands-on immediately is the way to go. I just am interested in the fact that this was 6 in favor, 4 in opposition, and 1 abstention. And do you have anywhere where we can see who the people were and how they voted?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
Right,
good,
right,
because
right.
I'm just
Right in the
interested.
footnote.
There's a
Right, yeah.
dentist on your a dentist legislator, and I was interested where he came down.
Yeah, it's right in the footnote, Representative Mistrokh.
There you go.
And there were 3 dentists, practicing dentists in favor of that recommendation. I will also name.
Representative Chimino has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm just curious what the reasons were that those 4 voted in opposition.
I don't want to I don't want to I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but of course, like this is all recorded and available in our meetings where they do explain their opposition. I can just speak generally that some opposition that we heard was there was a concern of over concentration of dentists. I think that we had competing beliefs. I believe that there is a dental shortage, and there are other members of the committee that don't agree with that. And there was concern that with an influx of more dentists, that it would create competition in a negative way, and that it would harm private practices. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, and I think for some of the people who voted against it, they also felt that the current pathways were sufficient and that we didn't need to create another pathway.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you look at all at conditionalizing licenses to a geographic area?
We did talk about either geographic area or, some other definition of underserved. And at least on this proposed legislation, of course, it is limited to FQHCs. And so we felt that that would in itself kind of be self-limiting. But yes, we did discuss that, and that's why we were trying to get good data on, well, what does that mean? Where are dentists needed? And how can we target things? So that is a consideration, absolutely.
Representative Clucci?
Just to clarify, so when you say it's limited to FQHCs, that's the only place where they could go and practice? Okay, sorry if I missed this. I know you mentioned it in the beginning too.
Naming the FQHCs is that that's where we're seeing a lot of the shortage. FQHCs are the ones that take main care. And I will just also name that FQHCs have different reimbursement rates for main care. So that's why they're able to take these clients, but there's a shortage of dentists that are they're for my FQHC in particular, we are finding it very difficult to hire dentists.
Representative Strachio?
UHCs, serve anyone, no matter. I mean, whether they have main care, no insurance.
No insurance especially.
And they have to serve everybody.
I just have two questions. My first is, I see under the footnote 30 that Director Valancourt abstained from registering a vote, but she noted that she opposed the idea of a limited license as a pathway to full licensure, consistent with her testimony. And did she feel that they could adequately license foreign trained dentists without legislation?
I believe that was her position, yes.
And that is also represented by Dr. Wallawenda, who's also on the board, who
I think he's the
registered
chair.
the chair, right? I'm just trying to, and Dr. Daigle, who is a state representative, retired dentist. I just wanted to draw your attention to that, the opposition. When I hear opposition to this from dentists, and I actually did talk to my FQHC in Sanford, Springvale, and they are fully staffed, and maybe it's just because it's Southern Maine, but there didn't seem to be an issue for that. And I'm just wondering if this is a Penobscot Valley Health Center legislation that we would be passing, and that's it. And I'm just curious
Well,
if that was a discussion that came about.
Yeah, there was discussion and data brought forward of the shortages, not just in Penobscot County, but throughout the state of Maine. So I really do believe that this will make a difference in not just my rural community, but in the broader rural communities across the state.
Representative Clucci?
Sorry to belabor this, I appreciate this, but was your sense, did you get any testimony from people that were opposed to this, that they felt that creating additional licensing pathways would create harm to patient safety?
That was the question that was explored a lot during this this commission. And I think that we've considered that really carefully. That's been a major consideration as we've been collecting information, as we've been deciding what is the best way to approach this. That's why we increased it from 3 to 6 years, so that we're making sure that we are getting qualified dentist licensed people that are going to keep our community safe. So it is a major consideration to make sure that we're that we're getting qualified dentists licensed.
And we did hear testimony from Massachusetts, which has had a similar limited license for decades. And they have not had any problems with patient safety.
I just had one quick question. That was going to be my question. Were there other states that you heard that about as well?
We focused on Massachusetts just because this was based on Massachusetts. And the head of, I don't remember the exact title of the woman, but the head who oversees this was willing to speak with us. So it was very beneficial for the commission to hear from her.
Thank you. Representative Barford.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I don't want to belabor this, but when we start talking about reporting out on patient safety, the question that comes to my mind is how do they evaluate patient safety? Because as a patient advocate, I know that evaluating patient safety, how practices do that is extremely, there's no standard for that. Let me put it that way. So I'm not going to ask you to do this now because I know we want to move on, but I'm very interested as we go through this report and talk about patient safety. How is that being evaluated? Are we talking about infection rates? Are we talking about negative evaluations that they do evaluations that they do on a regular basis with their patients, where their patients are reporting negative outcomes? I mean, how are they evaluating that? So
what the commission was using when we talk about patient safety was reports to the licensing board.
Mm.
And, then that's why we talk about that they have to be licensed in good standing. So that's what we were looking at. And in terms of like Massachusetts, we were looking at, well, did they have more complaints against these dentists than dentists in general? And the answer was no. So that's the metric we were using when we talked about patient safety.
Representative Mastrocchio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to the Massachusetts piece because what the legislation is that 6 people were in favor of, 4 were in opposition and 1 abstention, said that this person would be licensed as a dentist after practicing under an adjunct dentist license for 3 consecutive years. But in Massachusetts, they are limited dentist licenses, I think, forever. They don't ever get a full licensure.
Correct. And the
And there's
commission,
a reason.
and we discussed that, and the commission felt that it didn't make sense to just have a limited license if that wasn't a pathway to a full license. And that's why we changed it from 3 to 6 years, because we're like, well, if we're going to recommend that this is a pathway to a full licensure, then, what's a reasonable amount of time to show that this person is qualified and that the public would be protected? And we landed on 6 years. Is that a magic number? This committee might think it's a longer year, might be a shorter year. I don't know, but that's where we landed, was that 6 years of practicing in good standing, passing all your exams, doing everything else other than you didn't graduate from a CODA certified dental school, that would be sufficient to show that the public would not be harmed by allowing this person to be licensed.
So I shouldn't take anything from the fact that the recommendation to allow the department to basically do it received a unanimous vote. In my quick read of it was that it was unanimously supported that the department could handle this alternative pathway or this different authority, but that we should still put in the legislation. Like, why not? I mean, that's what I'm getting, because it's a 1A and a 1B, and I do see that everybody supported the other one, but not this one. So was there any thought to wait to see how things proceed? I mean, they
I think we
licensed
should probably
10.
go over 1B as, just
and
so
again,
that,
I
'cause
think
I
you're-
might be jumping.
I think you might be mixing licensure by endorsement for those who are licensed from another state versus foreign life. But yeah, when we do the recommendations, we can sort through that. Absolutely. But go ahead.
I'll just add one more thing to this, to answer your question, or just to add a little bit more context, that, the debate between a limited license and full licensure was, like a big contention, and actually was the major reason for the opposition from those four people. And we strongly believed in full licensure.
Great. Thank you. You move on to 1B.
I mean, B1.
B1.
1B.
B1, 1B.
The next recommendation on page 19, this is the one to, again, encourage and have reporting back to this committee, the progress on, again, the Title 10 licensure by endorsement for those who are already licensed from other states, to make sure that that continues moving forward, that the rules are promulgated, and that they have a public facing information for those moving from out of state to know that they can get a licensure by endorsement.
Representative Mastracchio, did you want to? No, okay.
Trying to get a chance.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Continue
No
on.
questions about that. Okay, so recommendation B2 is to ask the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation to direct the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation to explore funding sources that would provide the Board of Dental Practice with the ability to increase its administrative infrastructure so that they can develop and administer a pilot project to collect workforce data at the time of initial licensure and license renewal for both dentists and dental hygienists. And the commission is recommending that this office allocate some of the funds it may receive for this purpose to support a full-time employee dedicated to analyzing the data. So this addresses the questions that we have about data.
Both data and the,
Workforce.
what they have for
Of
staff.
course, yeah. And so we had identified specific workforce issues that limit Mainer's access to dental care, such as geographic distribution, which was mentioned earlier. The percentage of dentists that are approaching retirement age is a huge one, and the percentage that are receiving main care. So hopefully this will give us a bigger picture on that.
Okay, the next recommendation, C1, is a letter to the University of New England College of Dental Medicine, encouraging the school to increase the number of spots available to foreign trained dentists in the advanced standing track for international dentist program. We heard from UNE, they do have this program, but they have very limited spots, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but I want to say it's something like, they have 10 spots and there's 200 people that apply. Those aren't exact numbers, don't hold me to that, but that was the range that we were looking at. So, whatever they could do. Unfortunately, I think they're limited in their space. It's not that they can't do more in terms of the educational aspect of it. But of course, they can only do so much with the infrastructure that they have. But we still felt it was important to at least send a letter and say, whatever you could do, even if you can add 2 more spots or whatever, would certainly help bring in more foreign trained dentists to the state.
Representative Olson.
Thank you. So in regards to, that I read the recommendation, but it's important that they don't sacrifice domestic slots for an international slot. So to increase, that calls for a gross increase, not just a net.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Representative Chimino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a vote 7 in favor, 3 opposed, and I see that Senator Bailey was on one side and Representative Rana was on the other side. So I'm going to ask Representative Rana why she opposed it.
Yes, that is a great question. The reason that I oppose this is it is a very expensive education. It's over $250,000. So I didn't see it as the solution to this, but I was so grateful that UNE came in and talked to us. Before we had the dental benefit that was passed a few years ago, I would make sure that people would go to UNE because they provided free dental care from people all over the state. And they're still doing that for people that are uninsured. So I'm extremely grateful for their program and do want to support it. But that's the reason that I oppose this. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. And it is really, my feeling was we need to try everything, right? One size isn't going to fit all. So I felt that it was at least worth encouraging the program that we already have.
Awesome. Here's
Representative Harper.
Just very quick question. Am I correct in thinking that, and I don't want to think this unless it's accurate, I don't want to have a bias, that a foreign trained person would not have access to the grant, the educational grant programs offered by our federal government, or would they have access to that?
I actually don't know that. Does anyone?
Because that's surely can make a significant difference in paying their bill. I mean, I would hope they do, but I don't know if they do.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the recommendation that we've all been waiting for. Recommendation D1, as a part of the 2026 scheduled main care rate review process, the legislature should support an increase in reimbursement rates to levels that will make it economically feasible for dental providers to enroll and treat main care patients. And the review process must include systematic input from dental providers. And we had unanimous support for this with one abstention. Any questions?
I was just curious, did the commission talk to the board? I know that when providers register under CAQH, part of that every 3 months requirement is to say whether or not you take public and private insurance, and you have to update it every 3 months. I wasn't sure if that was in any part of that discussion around getting that data. Just
Good
curious.
flag.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
CAQH is a database that all providers are associated with when they are getting reimbursed by insurance, and you have to update that every 3 months. So part of that process is updating what insurances you take. So it was just a
really good. flag.
little thing that went in my head. I wasn't sure if they had access to that information. I know insurance companies have access to that, and I would assume Maine Care has access to that. So it was just a data point that.
It's a good flag. Recommendation D2, we had someone from Maine Care Services who is very, very busy, and I'm really grateful that they came and presented with us. Do a presentation that I definitely recommend everyone watching the, it was early on in the commission. I recommend watching the video of. They do a lot to do outreach to communities, and so our recommendation is to for HHS and the Office of Maine Care Services to continue those efforts to increase the enrollment of dental providers as main care providers and improve and simplify the process that is used to claim reimbursements. And this was agreed by the full commission, one abstention, of course. And the understanding was if the department streamlined the enrollment and claims process, more dental providers might enroll as providers remain enrolled and treat people that are covered by Maine Care.
Did you flesh out any examples of how that can be simplified, or was it just an over? Thank you.
We tried not to go too far down the main care rabbit hole.
We
I
tried.
Given our charge, but yeah, I mean, it is interrelated, so we had to go there to a certain extent, but we didn't want it, our commission to be all about main care, because that wasn't the resolve.
Thank you.
And then related to that, D3 is that the Maine Board of Dental Practice should also continue to explore incentives to encourage dental providers to enroll as main care providers and treat main care patients, including providing continuing education credit. So we did try to do a little spitballing in terms of, again, how can we get more dental providers to enroll in main care, accept main care patients. And the Board of Dental Practice said, you know, they were willing to continue that discussion and see what they could come up with for ideas as well. So I wanted to encourage them to do that.
And then recommendation E1, and I think this really takes into account what Representative Mastracchio was sharing about preventative care and how important and vital that is to this issue as a whole. So this recommendation is asking DHHS to explore and develop a hub and spoke model to providing dental services. Hubs can include things like UNE, which I mentioned earlier, the way that they provide free services, or FQHCs where specialized services are available. Spokes can include things like mobile units, which we see in more rural areas, or non-traditional practices, such as dental practices that have a more limited scope, provide services in areas where the population density is insufficient to support someone setting up a new practice there. So just being more creative about our approach for this.
Okay, and then the last recommendation is that HCIFF should direct the Department of Health and Human Services to explore options to establish educational specialist residency programs, especially for pediatric dentists, oral surgery, and orthodontists. That was the third one. I knew there were three. I couldn't remember the other one. And that is similar to, you know, what we learned on the Commission for Foreign Trained Dentists, that it's really about residency slots. And that if we have residency slots here in the state of Maine, most people that do their residency in Maine, not everyone, but most people that do stay in Maine and end up practicing here because it's a wonderful place to be. And once they come here and they do their residency, they find that it's a great place to be. So we both need more dental providers in those three areas, but also, again, if we have those residency slots, we're going to attract people from out of state as well. And we are not below poaching from other states. Artie? That's it.
Are there questions from committee members? I know we asked a lot during the process, but are there additional
So
questions?
unusual.
Yes. No additional questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
Appreciate
your
it.
time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good job. I told you.
All right, Colleen, why don't we start our work session? So we'll go in order at this point in time. The only caveat is 15:02. We may need to take out of order if it's before 12 o'clock.
So similar to how we approached things yesterday, a number of these work sessions we're going to have today, our initial plan for the committee is to have an update on where things stand in terms of some of the work that the committee has asked stakeholders to do over the interim on some of these carryover bills that we're going to be talking about today. So the first one, if we're going in order, is LD 519. This was a bill sponsored by Representative Morris that the committee carried over in part to allow time for a stakeholder group to be convened by the Bureau of Insurance to study issues related to the long-term sustainability and value of the Maine Guaranteed Access Reinsurance Association, or MAGARA, and to also look at other issues related to the individual
and small group health insurance markets. I think, I guess I could say a little bit about the stakeholder group, but I probably would defer if the committee is interested and willing to get a high level update from the superintendent on where that process is and plans for, I believe, updating the committee more specifically with a presentation at a future work session. I think the superintendent would do that for us. Might as well hear it directly from the source.
Welcome, Superintendent.
Morning. Thank you very
morning.
much. Bob Carey, Superintendent of Insurance. So we did convene stakeholder meetings in the fall. We engaged, we had 2 meetings. First to sort of go through the scope of the analysis, which was really targeted on Magara funding. And so we engaged Wakely Consulting, which is a nationally recognized consulting firm that's done a lot of work in the ACA marketplaces, and it's helped other states look at their reinsurance programs. They did an initial analysis, went back to the stakeholders, sort of briefed them on what their findings were. Stakeholders had some feedback. They went and drafted a report, which we received on Christmas Eve, which was very nice of them. We've been reviewing that and making some modifications. We're at the final stages. I was trying to push them to get it done prior to today, but that didn't happen. But we will have it and have a presentation for you if you'd like next week on where things stand. I will say there's a number of moving pieces from the federal level that has confused or made more difficult the analysis. There are things in HR1 that restrict states' abilities to at funding their reinsurance programs, and there are sort of moving pieces on the Medicaid side that influence the individual and small group market. So it's never easy, but it's been a little bit more difficult with the ongoing changes at the federal level and guidance that's recently come out that we think further restricts our ability to leverage funding sources. So that's some of the delay.
Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is my bill. So it sounds like there'll be something of a presentation with some of what the work is done and perhaps some recommendations. Is that kind of the goal, or?
Yeah, I mean, we will have options for the committee. Yeah. I will say we are not sort of feel comfortable recommending one or another, but we lay it out. You know, in order to achieve X amount of premium savings, you need Y dollars. Here are some options to generate those funds. That's more in line with how we're going to approach this.
Okay, I guess my question, and it's certainly part of the discussion, I think, for the committee too, is it easier to use the current bill that's out as a vehicle, or were you guys looking to come up with your own sort of recommendation bill?
No, I think I would, defer to the committee, but we weren't planning to present a bill.
Okay.
We were planning to present the report. This is what they found. Basically, this is how other states fund their program. This is the value in other states, how Maine compares, and then some options to increase the value or sort of moderate the decline that we've seen occur in the Magara program over the last few years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I attended those meetings and I appreciate the information. So it suffices to say, to follow up on Representative Morris's question, a bill is going to be necessary to do something to come up with a way to help solidify Magara.
Yeah, yes.
So a bill, this committee has options within our preview to, although I think there was ability to report out legislation when I'm not sure. Anyways, we have ways of doing it.
Vehicles.
So I guess my concern, and I did bring this up during the hearings, is did the folks that looked at it, did they evaluate the merging of the two markets and its impact or?
Yeah, that was part of the analysis. What happened after the merger. So the merger, I think it was in 2019 or 2020 legislative session, they said in 2023, we're going to merge these two markets. So that the analysis that was done prior to the merger looked backwards, right? So it looked at 2015 to 2019, what was happening in these markets. Small group was on a steady decline. My understanding is there was a desire to stabilize that market and not see it continue. I think it went from 70,000 lives to a little over 50,000 lives in a very short amount of time. And so that was sort of a retrospective to say, okay, what can we do to fix this market, right? The small group market. So the decision was made to merge it. That stabilized the market. Now we've seen the end of enhanced premium tax credits. We've seen healthcare utilization and costs go up significantly in the last couple of years. That's led to pretty dramatic increases in premiums, which then results in a decline in covered lives. So I think the analysis looks at that. What happened before the merger? What has happened since the merger of the market? And what's the trend line looking forward? I think it will be helpful. There's a lot of data in it. We've been scrutinizing that, making sure that, yep, this tells the story of what's happening in these markets.
Thank you.
Representative Morris?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think, I don't expect you to answer this now because it sounds like we'll have a presentation about it, but some of the things I guess that I'd like to be able to think about as we move forward with this particular issue is the twofold. What can be helpful with the long term within the marketplace with everything you just mentioned, from more covered lives to stabilizing insurance premiums, both from a long-term perspective and also from the short term over the next, year as we head, toward next year, and sort of how we can, sort of what solutions might be possible for both sides of that.
Yeah, we'll give, again, the report will have options, right? Because I think the issue really is that the state funding as a fixed PMPM, a dollar amount that was established in 2012, has eroded significantly, right? That value of those $4 PMPMs in 2012 is materially different from the value now. And so no other state, here's the punchline, no other state has a fixed dollar amount assessment. They use, there's a variety of ways that they use to fund their programs. We'll lay that out for you and say, this is what Maryland does. This is what Colorado does. Here's the value of those programs. I think it will be informative. I hope it will be informative, and so that the committee can then think, okay, what are some options for us? The other issue that I will say is that the morbidity of the pool has deteriorated not only because of the end of enhanced premium tax credits, but also when the legislature extended Medicaid for kids in families up to 300% of the federal poverty level. That pulled a bunch of kids who were cheap out of the commercial market, put them into Medicaid. And that was a policy decision that the state made, but that had an impact. So lots of moving pieces. It's hard to say, it's just because we merged the market, because it's so many other things. We also had a small employer premium tax credit program in 2021 and 2022 and part of 2023, which helped, keep the small group market stable. That's gone, right? So, it's just, I think you'll see that there's been, and then by the way, there was COVID. And so you'll see that there's a lot of moving pieces in place. And so all of those had effects on the individual market and the small group market, but we will present recommendations, for you all to think about.
Additional questions for the superintendent? I just had a quick question. So what's the time period that you feel comfortable where that report might be presented?
I think we're looking at next Wednesday.
Great. Thank you very much.
Fingers
Appreciate it.
crossed. Yes,
Yep.
next Wednesday.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
What is the will of the committee? Senator Bailey?
I would move to table.
I'll second that. So we have a motion to table LD 519. Do we have a show of hands in favor? All in favor? We'll close this work session for LD 519. Great. Start for 9:10.
The next one, if we're going in order, is LD 910. You may recall that the committee did have a work session on this bill at your interim meeting in November, and received some additional information from the Bureau of Insurance about, some updated data for the 2024 year in terms of prior authorization statistics. They had done a report during the first regular session that kind of looked back on the prior 3 years, and then there'll be some ongoing reporting by carriers related to prior authorization to the Bureau of Insurance. And at that meeting on November 6th, the committee talked about whether there were ways in which the Bureau could enhance the data that they were requesting from carriers to more fully develop or get the information that the committee was interested in terms of prior authorization and appeals, and how carriers were complying with the statute, what the timelines were, what the results were. And you would ask that the Bureau do some additional thinking and come back at a future work session with some potential recommendations for how to move forward, hopefully without the need for additional legislation. And I think they are prepared to give you some information this morning. I don't know if the superintendent is going to do it or if Stacy.
Welcome back,
And there may
Superintendent.
be
I think we're going to hear from you a few
information to
times
give you as
today.
well.
Lucky day.
Yeah.
This is your lucky day.
They're
You get a star.
Like, hold the phone for 1 second, because I think there's some
I
written
think we
materials.
have, we have a summary.
Yeah. It's coming, yeah. No, I know. She's got a lot of materials in
Yes,
that
she
bag.
has a lot of material. So we have done a bunch of work on this topic in the interim. We have statutory authority to essentially ask whatever we want. And so, you know, our prior authorization reports really stuck to what the statute said. And so I just challenged my team to look at what other states do in terms of information that they obtain and figure out, you know, a reasonable ask of the carriers to get at some of the issues that the committee is interested in. And so we're in the process of enhancing significantly the prior authorization data requests that we get from the carriers. And so we've sent out for their comment, which is how I like to approach these things. We think we know what we want. Sometimes the carriers will come back and say, yeah, you're asking for this. That's not going to answer the question. So there's a bit of a back and forth in terms of what this actual data request looks like. And so we're in the process of finalizing that. We sent out a draft to the carriers. They responded. We've modified it, enhanced it quite a bit. And I think it'll get to a level of detail and analysis that will be helpful for the committee. I passed out, or Edna passed out a sort of summary sheet of what we're asking for and how we're going to go about that. The other issue I'll say is that, you know, we conduct market conduct exams at least every 5 years of all the carriers. We've really been targeting how they go about adjudicating prior authorizations. You know, are they complying with the statute? You know, what's the fix? You know, we had one carrier who, despite the fact that the law requires an answer within, I think, 48 hours for an expedited request, they didn't have anybody working on weekends. So we suggested to them that perhaps they need somebody to man the phones on the weekends if they get a request on a Friday night. They weren't getting it until, you know, Monday, and that wasn't within 48 hours. So, you know, when we find things like that, we might find them, but my issue is I'm not really that interested in making a big, you know, dollar fine. I'm more interested in correct the problem going forward. And so I just wanted to let you know that beyond the data, we also do more targeted market conduct exams, and we have really focused over the last couple of years on how they go about handling prior authorization requests.
And that's every 5 years.
It's at least every 5 years. Yeah, by statute, we have to do it. So we do it on a rolling basis. You know, we have a pretty limited staff. And so we're doing 2 right now that'll be wrapping up, and we've got another one starting next month.
Yes. Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent. Just thinking about that example you just gave, is that something that your team is anticipating would be maybe footnoted in the report that you give to us or something like that? Because I'm thinking, I read the report, I see someone's out of compliance with the law, and then I call you and I'm like, hey, what are you guys doing about this?
Yes, yeah, yes, we, you know, I'd like to put, I've sort of challenged my team to be a bit more analytical. It's not just the data, it's, well, what does the data tell you, you know? And we'll look, the other thing we try to do more recently is look at trends, you know? Are the number of denials increasing? Are the percentage of claims that are subject to prior authorization increasing or decreasing? What's happening in the market? Not just in a snapshot, but also over time.
Senator Bailey.
So my notes indicated that at least when we heard the original bill, we were all so interested, and I wondered if your draft request included any information on the use of artificial intelligence versus
Yeah, we
human
have a whole,
decision.
we have a whole separate focus on the use of AI.
Okay, I just didn't see it in the list, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do that bill in a minute.
And that cuts across all of the lines of business. That's P&C and life and health.
Great, thank you.
Representative Clucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, one of my goals when we passed the original legislation that led to the first report was trying to understand for what procedures sort of generally are we having a lot of prior authorizations requested that are then ultimately, they might be denied, but then they're ultimately, 95% of them are approved, so that we can help either through legislation or just through sort of the bully pulpit say, get rid of prior authorizations for this type of thing.
Yeah.
Because all it does is slow things down and add administrative headache. So, based on the data that we have in front of us, do you think we're going to be able to get to a place like that with our current legislation, or do we need to request something different so that we can start making those informed
Yeah, so
policy
part of the
decisions?
enhanced, what I'll call the enhanced data request will be, what are the top 10 prior types of claims that are subject to prior authorization? And then what's the approval and denial rate for those claims? We also want to know, so, there are millions of claims, right, over the course of the year. How many are not subject to prior auth, to try to, get the scope of this a little bit better. So that's part of it too, is just what's the totality of claims, and then how many are subject to prior auth, and of those subject to prior auth, what are sort of the top 10 codes? What's the approval versus the denial rate? And we'd like to also break it down between prescription drugs and sort of health medical services. And broken down by inpatient and outpatient and office visits, to sort of get a bit more fine detail into how they're using. And then the other piece we'd like to understand is, what's the savings, right? I mean, we've heard from the carriers that we do this because we want to manage care, and we think, you don't need an MRI, you need an X-ray, right? And so are they denying the MRI and saying, go first and have a lower cost X-ray done? And then if that shows something is amiss, then, so there's sort of a step therapy type of approach. So we'd like to understand that too. What are the savings when they deny a claim for one drug and, put you on a different drug? Well, they probably do that. They could do it for medical reasons, but they also likely do it for financial reasons, right? That the top tier or the branded drug is more expensive than the generic. And so we want to see how you do on the generic first. And so that type of detail we'd like to get at.
Okay. And then, I've got 2 sort of follow-up questions. One, that all sounds great. When do you think we'll have data like that?
Well, we're going to ask for plan year 2025. we're going to ask them to, we'll send out a data request. We give them time to complete it. We then analyze it. Likely, we usually send it back because there's mistakes. And so there's back and forth with that. But it'll be in calendar year 26 that we'll be able to report back on saying, and I'd like also, we're going to go back a couple of years and say, don't just tell us what was 25, tell us what happened in 23 and 24. The other thing we'd like to get at is how many new services are being added to the prior auth list and how many are being taken away, right? And to your point, if they're subjecting a service to prior auth and 99% of the time it's approved, there's an administrative cost to doing that prior auth. And so are they reducing the number of services that are subject to prior authorization?
Okay, thank you so much. And then last question. Some of what we've seen is that there's a pretty high proportion of sort of administrative reasons or like the wrong code, somebody used the wrong code. So just anecdotally, I remember once a claim of mine got denied and I called the insurance company to try and understand why it was denied. And they said, well, your person used the wrong code. And I was like, well, what's the right code so I can let them know? And they're like, well, we can't tell you that. And I wasn't sure if it was like, they're trying to make sure that there's not like fraud happening, that I'm like, whoa, what's the right code that I use to like get this service? It's not, so is there, is the Bureau going to help just suss out, how do we help providers,
Yeah, because
shortcut
under the law, they have to make a determination within a specific time period, right? For expedited requests or for general prior auth requests. And we've heard from the carriers that, well, the denial rate is high because we have to make a decision. They haven't given us, the provider hasn't given us the necessary information. So we deny it and then tell them, oh, it's, we denied it because of these reasons. And then there's a resubmission. And so we are asking for that level of granularity as well to try to suss that out, to understand how many of the denials are subsequently approved, in part because the provider initially didn't provide the necessary information to allow the carrier to make the decision.
So can I just add to that? If I hear you right, that was my question. So you'll suss out the data where it's a provider error versus an actual denial.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Representative Chimino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. So this bill changes reporting to quarterly as opposed to annually. And it seems like we're putting a burden on the insurance companies to have to provide this information on a quarterly basis. I'm wondering why all the information that you're seeking, you can't get that information on an annual basis as opposed to putting this burden on the insurance companies and raising
Yeah,
expenses.
it's not our plan to ask for it quarterly. We literally would have to hire a couple people to manage the intake of the data. So we are going to ask for it on an annual basis. We think that is the appropriate cadence, to be honest. We think quarterly is a bit too frequent.
Thank you.
Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Olson.
All right.
There's
There's a few of them.
You just said that you're intending when you send out the 25 requests to request prior years, but I mean, that's data they should already have. So why don't you send that out now while you're working on the letter for the 25? So that
Well, we haven't finalized the data request. We want to make sure that we have consistent information from 23, 24, 25. It won't be, my team has been working with the carriers. We're about done with, and we will be sending it out.
Yeah, I mean, and I would concur that, quarterly is kind of ludicrous. I mean, you wouldn't have the staff to review it if it came in anyway. So, I mean, you've got to gear up knowing what's coming in on an annual basis anyway, so.
Yeah, and I know you'll be shocked. It's not the only thing that we're doing over there, so.
Representative Arford?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here with us. It's appreciated. I just want to make sure I heard what you were saying about one of the reasons prior authorizations might be denied is if the test that you're requesting, it has not been preceded by another test, for instance, an X-ray, and then that leads to potentially an MRI. and that you're trying to evaluate how often that's being done and whether or not, it's, just to look at that and see if it's needed, if it's adding additional cost. Am I correct in understanding you were saying that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd like to, get at. There have been complaints that there's a large number of denials. And, as we've talked to both parties, I guess, one side is saying, they're always denying this claim, and the other side is saying, well, because they don't send the necessary information for us to adjudicate the claim. Or in this case, we never approve this type of service unless you've already gone through the lower cost type of service.
So quick follow-up, how do we get at, maybe there's no way to get at this legislatively, but how could we get at that, exactly that, requiring an earlier test? Because I've experienced this so many times and very recently, as a matter of fact, and it actually is an unnecessary test. When you do get to the more expensive test, that's when you actually find out what the problem is. And that's when you actually find out and the doctor's able to determine what the correct course of action is. And really that initial test did nothing but allow them to order the test they really wanted to order. I mean, how do we,
I
I
would
guess we
think
just
that from the carrier's perspective, if it's additive, if it always if each time we tell them go back, that they ultimately get the MRI, I would think that the carriers who are stewards of the premium dollar would say, well, that's kind of crazy. It always results in an MRI. Why are we sending someone in for an X-ray? And that's some of the information we're trying to capture in terms of what are the actual savings from these programs?
Thank you.
Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you had indicated that you thought this enhanced report, we'll call it, would be available calendar year 26, like approximately when? And
Probably not until the fall or late summer, by the time we send the data request, they send it back to us, there's a back and forth typically that occurs. The data is not always clean. And we want to make sure that for example, sometimes I read a report and you'll see claims, the report will say, well, claims were climbing at this rate, and then they dropped, and then they went back up. It's like, well, that probably didn't happen. You probably missed the decimal point when you sent the data over. So there's a little bit of back and forth that occurs, especially in something that's as robust as what I'll call this enhanced prior authorization request. It'll be new for the carriers. And some are better than others at responding to these things. And so.
And I'd just add, to the extent that there's statutory requirements for the carriers to report information to the Bureau of Insurance, that deadline is April 1st for reporting for the previous calendar year. So typically, as the superintendent said, the information comes to the Bureau right around, April. And then they evaluate it and then prepare the report. And like the 2024 report on prior authorization that was available over the summer and closer to the fall, I would think it would be the same timeframe.
okay, so we're really
Senator
looking
Bailey.
at the next legislature that would be looking at this information and deciding
I think
whether
that's fair.
anything needs to be done
That's fair.
statutorily.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Olson?
Just wondering, the data you're getting when you ultimately get that is good data, but there's also the anecdotal data that exists out there that really skews a lot of opinions in that, and I get people, they're coming to me all the time, well, they don't cover this at all. Well, actually, they do cover it, but it's hitting your deductible first. So is there, are you seeing or hear, a way to separate the anecdotal from the actual?
That's what we're trying to get at, to be honest with you. That's why I think it's important to understand what's the totality of claims that are being processed and how many of those claims are actually subject to prior authorization. The others should go through, right? If it's a covered service, to your point, but it might be that someone, it hit their deductible. They think that it wasn't covered, but it was. It's just that they were on the hook for paying the claim.
I just this may be not related, but so I apologize in advance. But so we're talking about prior authorizations and we're talking about denials. We're talking about both of those things because a prior authorization oftentimes is a denial. I'm just curious. I know that what I'm hearing anecdotally from providers now is that rather than getting a denial, they're getting automatic down coding. Is that data something that you collect?
I don't think we currently collect down coding data.
Thank you. That would be really, really interesting to see. Thank you. Additional questions for the superintendent? Representative Foley?
I'm just ready for a motion. The motion ought not to pass. I think the department has full authority to get the information they want and get it on an annualized basis. I don't think we need to add additional burden to them or to the insurance carriers. And so I make the motion ought not to pass.
Sure. I'll just, okay, we have a motion on the floor. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And then we have a second. Any discussion from the committee members? Seeing none, we can take a vote. Ought not to pass.
Senator Bailey.
Yes.
Senator Bailey, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Rappaport.
Yes.
Representative Rappaport, yes. Representative Boyer.
Yes.
Representative Boyer, yes. Representative Shamino.
Yes.
Representative Shamino, yes. Representative Clucci.
Yes.
Representative Clucci, yes. Representative Flynn.
Yes.
Representative Flynn, yes. Representative Foley.
Yes.
Representative Foley, yes. Representative Stracchio.
Oh.
Yes.
Representative Stracchio, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Olson.
Yes.
Representative Olson, yes. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 on the negative.
Thank you, Edna. We'll end a work session on LD 910 and start on LD 1220.
Sure. LD 1220 was a bill sponsored by Representative Foley. And similarly to the other bills we've been discussing, the committee voted to carry the bill over and sent a letter to the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation asking them to convene a stakeholder group to conduct a review and evaluation of the proposal in the bill to expand the scope of practice of chiropractors to include the treatment of dogs and equids in a similar manner as a sunrise review as would be required under current law. So the committee chose the stakeholder group option in lieu of doing a formalized sunrise review process. I think you have Director Valencourt can update the committee on the process for getting the stakeholder group together. I think there have been some unexpected delays in pulling that together, but I think now they have a plan and a timeline for doing that and can update the committee if you are interested.
Yes. Would love to hear from
She's still here.
Ms.
Yes,
Valencourt. Thank
Need
you.
to check before I put her on the spot to see if she was back there. Certainly. Good.
Welcome.
Good morning. Happy to answer any questions. Appreciate that. Yes. So you're looking for an update from me.
Do you mind just introducing yourself?
Oh, of
on the
course. My
record? Thank you.
apologies. Penny Valencourt, Director of the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation, affectionately known as OPOR. So I'll use OPOR, okay, by the committee. This was indeed a request for the department, namely OPOR, to convene a stakeholder group for the purpose of really not taking a position, but really being a facilitator and reporting back to the committee any recommendations regarding this initiative. So to that end, I have scheduled, much to the patience of those stakeholders and their very kind emails nudging me and reminding me to get it together. We have scheduled the first meeting for next Friday. The meeting materials and the agenda and how to participate are posted both on the boards of websites for the chiropractic board and the veterinary medicine board.
The goal of that first meeting really is to obtain data. I think that is a current theme that you're going to see from OPOR consistently is we lack data in order to start having some of these informed decisions. So part of the stakeholder process is truly a heavy lift on everybody. You need data in order for us to have an informed discussion in which we can report back to you any recommendations or findings. Part of that first meeting, I've posed a number of questions because again, the idea is that we want to report back to you the criteria by which a Sunrise review would be analyzed in order to expand a chiropractic scope of practice. Since the initial bill was printed, there is an amendment, a draft amendment rather, that expands it to beyond dogs and equids, but animals. And I think those are some discussion points that are going to be notable through this stakeholder process. The first meeting is scheduled for the 23rd, the second meeting January 30th, and then if needed, a third meeting on Friday, February 6th. My experience with the stakeholder process is really to do a level set and if possible, encourage stakeholders, if they can't agree on anything in its entirety, to at least identify and work together on those that they could at least agree with, and then report back those that they need the committee to further explore. So that's my experience with the stakeholder process. I can't predict what the outcome will be, but I'm going to encourage folks to, if at any extent possible, to really come together and agree on one or 2 points, if not all. I just don't know the outcome of that. I would be remiss if I didn't also share with the committee that at the end of session, I think OPOR faced over 30 separate legislative implementation efforts, including participation on a number of significant legislative commission studies, one of which was the Dental Commission. We also have 2 other committees of jurisdiction, and to that end, we had to assign OPOR staff to participate and monitor and staff the Deed Fraud Commission that was before the Judiciary Committee. We had significant studies to address housing and home construction involving elevator program staff and the Manufactured Housing Board. This consumed our times over the course of the summer and up until this morning at 4:30 a.m. I also want to report to the committee that OPOR is facing a significant staffing shortage. I think we're now up to 45% vacancies, including board manager positions that are assigned to Board of Pharmacy, Board of Veterinary Medicine, Board of Chiropractic Practice, complementary healthcare providers, and other what I would call high-profile boards. I don't have a board manager for those boards, so I am assuming the interim role in addition to OPOR director as the interim board manager over all of those programs. Board of Pharmacy, these issues are significant, and I do not have staff to help me. I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm simply being transparent with the committee, and I'm not looking for sympathy. I understand the assignment. It's just a tough time. So to that end, I'm happy to answer any other questions, but that is the honest assessment of what's going on with this study.
Thank you. Questions from, yes, Representative Foley.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that and the work that you've done on so many other things. So I wish we had some resolution today, but I'm sure we will get to it. I plan on participating in those phone calls or Zoom calls, and hopefully be able to facilitate moving us someplace. We need to go, we need to do something. I think as we talked about it before, chiropractic procedures are happening on animals now. They're not regulated, and we need to get some sort of a fundamental requirement on that. So again, I appreciate what you've done, and certainly I will participate and help move this thing forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Ms. Valancourt? Seeing none, thank you for your time. What is the will of the committee? Representative Foley?
I'll make a motion at the table. Or two table, not two table.
We have a motion.
Too close to-
You made me nervous.
Ought to
When you
table.
started with ought to, I'm like, what?
We have a motion to table in a second by Representative Chimino. Show of hands in favor. Great, thank you very much. We'll conclude that work session for 12:20, and I think I would like to consider it. Do you think that? Yeah, do you think we can do 13:01? So we're hoping to break for lunch, maybe do one more work session, 13:01, and then break for lunch and come back.
So I think if we're still going in order, the next one is LD 1301. This is an act to prohibit the use of artificial intelligence in the denial of health insurance claims. The committee had carried this bill over in part to allow the work of the governor's task force on artificial intelligence to move forward, and the committee was anticipating a report back in the fall of this year from the governor's task force. Shared that report with the committee at the November 6th interim meeting. While there was some discussion in that report about the use of artificial intelligence in the healthcare industry, it was more focused on, I guess I would say, on healthcare workforce and the use of artificial intelligence. And there really weren't any concrete recommendations, I guess I would say, as a takeaway for the committee with specifics toward the use of artificial intelligence by health insurers in the way that the original bill LD 1301 sought to do. And so part of the Bureau of Insurance was also doing some work at the committee's request on what was happening in other states in response to artificial intelligence. The NAIC has issued a model bulletin on kind of the use of artificial intelligence, and as the superintendent alluded to earlier, across all lines of insurance. And so one of the things that we asked the Bureau to do was to give the committee an update on the ongoing work that they've been doing in this area. As I mentioned, both looking at health insurance in general, but also across all lines of insurance. So I guess I would defer to the superintendent to come up and give the committee the update on those activities.
Okay. Welcome, Superintendent.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna phone a friend because this one's less in my wheelhouse than prior authorization. So we have been doing a bunch of work in the interim since the session ended. As the chair mentioned, other states are involved in this, and so we've had some review of what they've been doing. We participate actively on the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. I don't know what it's called, Big Data and AI or something. They have a working group with Sandra Darby as an active participant. And we also surveyed the carriers, again, both on the PNC side and on the life and health side, to really get a snapshot. Again, it's a really fast moving field. And, you know, every day it seems like something new is happening in the AI space. But we did want to sort of get a benchmark of how they're using the information, what type of management and oversight do they have, you know, what are the areas, you know, is it consumer facing or is it more internal? And so we've done, I would say, a fair amount of work, just getting sort of the landscape of what carriers are using and how they're using AI. And I'll rely on my colleagues if you have more specific information. I will also say that there is developing accreditation standards, or, you know, independent entities that are accrediting health carriers and health systems. There's a lot of use of AI in health systems. I was talking to a doctor down in Boston over vacation, and he mentioned that Mass General Brigham deploys AI on the primary care side and they're saying they're supplementing the PCP. In the PCP's view, they're replacing the PCP. But in any event, it penetrates all types of entities within the insurance industry, on both on the provider side and on the health carrier side. So if you have specific questions, this is an ongoing process for us. So we did survey the carriers, got a snapshot. We plan to revisit this so we get a better understanding. From my point of view, I think it's really what's their management of their use of the AI tools and how do they make sure that, the information is secure, it's not biased, it's not discriminating, it complies with all of our laws. So one of the reasons, we've decided right now not to adopt the NAIC's model bulletin is we felt it was sort of superfluous. It didn't add a whole lot. We require the carriers to perform based on the statute, whether they use AI to do that or whether they use a human to do that. For example, if there's a claims denial, it has to be reviewed by a human. You can't just say, well, the algorithm said we're denying that claim. So if someone submits a prior auth request, the law requires that a clinical peer, review that appeal process and that they not just rely on it, sort of an AI tool to do that. So we did feel that the NAIC bulletin didn't sort of plow new ground. It really restated a lot of our current laws.
And if I understand you correctly, are you in your data collection collecting whether or not a denial or a prior authorization is determined by AI?
Yeah, we can add that, I'm sure, to the list of data that we collect. I think that would be helpful. They do use algorithms, to figure out, okay, did it check all these boxes? But we do have laws that require a clinical peer on an appeal basis that that an actual doctor would review and determine that the denial was correct or incorrect.
Questions for the superintendent, Representative Clucci?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have some notes from the last time we talked about this. And one of the things that Rhode Island, I guess, requires is some transparency requirements that insurers have to say how they're using AI. Then I also have a note that says that if we were to do something like that, we would require a definition of AI. After looking at the NAIC bulletin, do you think it makes sense to consider trying to at least create a definition and asking for some amount of transparency just as a baseline, or do you still think, or do you think that's still sort of superfluous?
Superfluous.
I don't know, Sandra or Stacy, maybe.
Hello, Stacy Bergendahl, Senior Staff Attorney. Nice to see you all again. Okay, so the question, as I understand it, is should we do something in regard to transparency, whether or not carriers are informing consumers? So the question there is, are they the transparency around whether they're using it at all or whether they're using it in areas that specifically affect consumers? Because there's also room for different standards, whether you're talking about, are they just using it to take notes in their meetings internally or to summarize, documents, or are they using it as part of a chatbot where it's actually interacting with the consumer? So those are different questions, I think, and something to consider. So we did find in the response to our surveys that how they interact with consumers varies widely. So some of them alert consumers when they're interacting with an AI chatbot or otherwise directly interacting with it. Some post notices about their use of AI policy on their digital platforms in privacy notices. Some use ethical statements integrated into their user interfaces. So it's part of the app or whatever that they're using to contact the company. Some have policy documents. Some have statements about AI use just generally on the website. Some of them reported no communication with consumers about the use of AI, but generally speaking, that was when they have very limited implementation for strictly internal use. So again, the question of do you want to request? So what we're seeing is that approaches vary widely in terms of the transparency in the responses, and that it's really kind of a two-part question. Do you want to require transparency to the consumers just when they're actually interacting with them, or about the use of AI generally? So, and then on the question of a definition, the definition that we sent out with our survey was a full page long. It was adapted from some of the definitions that the NAIC has used in the surveys that it has conducted over the years. And we just we condensed it a little and tried to simplify it a little for our purposes. But again, it was a full page and we still got questions on it. And I think people probably still interpreted it in different ways. So coming up with a definition is definitely not an easy question.
Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. In my notes, the last time we heard this, the Bureau testified, I think, in opposition, stating that they felt like you all already had sort of the ability to regulate this. Is that still sort of what we're hearing, that that you all don't feel like the legislation is really necessary, that you have the ability to regulate it?
That's right. Thus far, all of the results that we've seen, we've not seen anything that jumps out as something we need to correct immediately. Like I said, we are keeping an eye on the trends. We're keeping an eye on which directions things are going. Spoiler alert, that's moving in the direction of the more use of AI. But as the superintendent said, particularly in regard to what the NAIC developed in terms of the model bulletin, we already feel as if we have the laws in place. And again, the carriers have to follow the laws, whether or not it's a human being or an AI doing it. So in terms of the actual functions, we definitely feel like we still have the ability to regulate all of that. And the question is, are there very AI specific things like the issue of transparency around the use of AI that wouldn't be covered under a normal thing? And thus far, we haven't seen anything that we think needs further legislative attention at this time.
Senator Bailey.
So my recollection was, didn't we pass a law that said it had to be disclosed if
I was just going to say that.
you were using a chat box?
Mhm.
And, but is it the Bureau's position that insurance companies aren't subject to that?
So that is a law applicable to companies,
Yeah.
all
Right.
companies, not just insurance companies.
Right.
And I think for the ones that are using chatbots, they are complying with that law. We didn't see anybody who reported using a chatbot and did not report also alerting
Okay.
consumers
I
to the
guess I
use of it.
misunderstood what you
Yes, sorry.
said. Thank you.
These results are very hard to summarize because they are sort of a narrative description of how they use it. So it's tough to summarize.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to add, you might recall, that was LD 1727, Representative Kuhn's bill, and it required disclosure for any person who was using a chatbot to communicate with consumers in trade and commerce, like anything. It was very broad. The Attorney General would be responsible for enforcing it, but it would require, if they use that, to disclose that to the consumer prior to the use of that. That was enacted. It went into effect in the end of September of this year. So.
Representative Foley.
Yeah, not a question, just a statement. At the annual meeting of NCOIL in November, this was a great discussion that was being had about model legislation. And NCOIL is working with NAIC in conjunction with their model law, trying to come up with something but it's not an easy task. We do have a Zoom meeting in February to start talking the next steps with this, but I suspect that sometime next year, you might see something come out between the two organizations that will try to bring some clarity to it, although it's changing so quickly, it's hard to put anything in law. And that was really the message we got in November, was like, it's going to change. By the time we meet in February, it's going to change. And by the time so it's really hard to do that. But I think the industry is certainly aware of it and trying to figure out how best to address this but I think the timing is going to be further down the road.
Additional questions? Yep, Senator Bailey?
Not a question, it's a comment. Just for me, the overarching goal is always just disclosure to the consumer, right? So that they're aware. So to the extent that we can do that, which is why I supported that bill that we did pass and want to continue doing that. Why I did like the Rhode Island language, because again, it was about disclosure. So anything we can do to ensure that the consumer just knows when artificial intelligence is being used is something that I support and encourage. And we are going to have some other bills in this committee, I know, having to do with artificial intelligence. So, and that's something that Rep. Foley, to your point, that I know it keeps changing, but if you put laws in place that are about disclosure, it doesn't matter how it changes. It's still going to be required that there just be disclosure.
Disclosure is very important.
Yeah.
Thank you. Additional questions? Representative Arford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for doing this work. I think it's critical at this point in time. I have two quick questions. First of all, the changing landscape at the federal level in turn, from what I'm hearing and reading and having reported to me by people who send me emails, my constituents, there's concern about the federal government wanting to preempt any action a state takes. And do you have any concern about that at all? I mean, are there any even beginnings of, gee, we could do what we want to do here, but the federal government may preempt us?
So good. Either way. I mean, there was an executive order issued that I'm going to use the word purports to preempt state action on artificial intelligence regulation. And I think there will be many challenges in that regard. We're planning to just continue as it didn't exist.
Thank you for that. And then my other question, and it's along because I fully support our chair's very important interest in transparency and notification to people who are the objects of this information, the consumers, the patients, et cetera, that they understand what's happening when they receive with the chat box, whatever it is that's AI generated. There's another part to that, though, that a couple of people, I've gotten a couple of emails in the last few months, and their email wasn't just, is this real? Is this a real person? What is this? But what does that mean? Does that mean the information isn't as valid? Does that mean I should question this more than I would if this was a real person writing this to me or answering this or et cetera, et cetera? And the reason I'm just saying this, are you aware of any work that's being done within the insurance industry to help consumers understand not only that it's AI generated, but what does that mean for them? And there may not be any answer to this question. I understand. I just was curious.
No, I don't think that there's been an industry, I haven't yet heard of any kind of an industry-wide education effort towards consumers in that regard.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you very much for your time. What is the will of the committee? Representative Foley?
I'm going to make a motion not to pass.
We have a motion ought not to pass on the floor. Any discussion? And a show of hands, supporting ought not to pass, or, oh no, sorry, right, you gotta call us, don't you? Sorry about that. I'm hungry now.
I know, it is time.
Yeah, exactly.
Senator Bailey?
Yes.
Senator Bailey, yes. Representative Matheson?
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Alford?
Yes.
Representative Alford, yes. Representative Boyer?
Yes.
Representative Boyer, yes. Representative Shamino?
Yes.
Representative Shamino, yes. Representative Clucci?
Yes.
Representative Clucci, yes. Representative Flynn?
Yes.
Representative Flynn, yes. Representative Foley?
Yes.
Representative Foley, yes. Representative Mastracchio?
Yes.
Representative Mastracchio, yes. Representative Morris?
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Olson?
Yes.
Representative Olson, yes. 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative.
Thank you. We'll close this work session and the committee will take a break for lunch and be back. What's reasonable? 1 o'clock. Great. See you then.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. We are going to continue our work sessions, and we are next going to open the work session on LD 1502.
Okay. So LD 1502 is the first of two carryover bills that the committee carried over for the purposes of allowing the Bureau of Insurance to conduct a review of a proposed mandated health insurance benefit pursuant to the statutory process that's laid out in the statute that looks at the financial impact, the social impact, and the medical efficacy of the proposal, and also the cumulative impact of the proposal. So for LD 1502, this was the bill that sought to update the requirements for health insurance coverage of prostate cancer screening. The committee asked the Bureau to look at an amended version of the proposal. The Bureau completed that review. You have had an electronic copy of the report shared with you. And today the Bureau will distribute hard copies of the report and give you kind of a high-level overview of their findings. And I believe Marty Hooper is going to do the presentation. So, thank you.
Just waiting.
Good afternoon. I'm Marty Hooper, the Life and Health Actuary for the Bureau of Insurance. And I hope you've had a chance to go through our report. I'm not going to go through it page by page. I'll try to summarize, and then certainly happy to answer any questions or go back through anything in more detail for you. If you're familiar with our prior reports, we did take a little different approach this time. It's more in a summary form at the beginning, but if you look at the table of contents, Appendix A has all of the statutory required questions answered, and then Appendix C has the cumulative impact of main mandates, and then of course the bill and the letter. So I wanted to go kind of like I mentioned, some of the summary, hit the highlights. I think what's important is to look at how this bill impacts the current coverage that's required. So LD 1502 would eliminate the age restrictions that are in place right now. Our current mandate requires detection of prostate cancer for once a year, men 50 years of age or older to age 72. And that's on page 2 of the summary. So this bill would eliminate that age restriction and recommend guidance supported by medical and scientific evidence. It also expands the type of screening that's required to be covered and the follow-up. So looking on page 3 at the bottom, I did want to give you an example of the National Comprehensive Cancer Network clinical guidelines recommends testing men age 45 to 75 or beginning 40 for certain high-risk factors. I know I'm moving quickly through it, but like I said, we can go back if there's things that I've skipped. Another question that comes up is why isn't this required by the Affordable Care Act under the Preventive Care Services? And the ACA references the United States Preventive Service Task Force and requires first dollar coverage for services with a grade A or B. The prostate test, the PSA test, has a grade of C or D. So it is part of preventive services, but it's not required to be covered at first dollar like other cancer screening tests that fall in the other categories. I think also on that same page, I'm on page 4. I'm in the middle. We talk about other states, and at the top of that page, there's 38 states that have some type of coverage mandating cancer screening. But we did find that Kentucky had passed but not implemented something that was quite similar. And the other part of mandating coverage is the defrayal question. And I just wanted to highlight while we're talking about Kentucky that they found it was an addition to their EHB package and felt that they would need to defray the cost of that mandate. So again, going quickly through this, when we looked at Maine's already existing requirement, we felt that this bill would be an expansion of an existing mandate and more of a cost share requirement. So did not, we're suggesting it may not trigger the defrayal requirement. Of course, that's a joint decision and has to be justified with CMS, but that was our conclusion in reviewing this mandate. The costs are small. On page 4 at the bottom, we give the premium impact estimate of 0.41 cents to $1.29 per member per month for individual or the group markets. And that in percentage is 0.06% or 0.18. So well below 0.5% impact. So I know I went through that really quickly. I had one other spot, page 6, that I thought was helpful, at least for me, to understand some of the additional costs or the services that might be a follow-up to a positive PSA screening test. So I know I went through that quickly. Just kind of the highlights that I found helpful.
Okay, Representative Boyer. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. When you're factoring in the cost per member per month, are you doing that based off of the estimated like 52,283 people that would be eligible?
Yes, that's the individual and the group markets.
Am I reading that right? At the bottom of page 3, it says like the men aged 45 to 75, 19% of the insured population. So that pencils out
Correct.
to
So
about
we're
52,000.
looking at the population that would take those tests as well as what's insured.
Right. And I guess what I'm trying to make sense, that's how you're calculating the per member per month cost is based off the population that would use it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions?
I have just a clarifying question. On page 4, when you talking about the cost estimate, the second sentence in that last paragraph, of this amount, we estimate less than 10 cents is attributed to the PSA and DRA test alone, with the remaining costs related to the follow-up services. Can you just clarify what you mean by that?
Yeah, so if you're going to parse it out, those are the tests that are already required, but this bill requires them to be reimbursed at first dollar coverage. So that's the piece. And then the remaining, so the 0.31 to $1.19 would be the follow-up. So I think there is concern that there's a host of other tests, expensive tests that could be used as a follow-up. And that was what we mentioned on the page 6. So MRIs, biomarker tests, biopsies.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is that if we just got rid of the cost sharing, for the initial test, I'll call them, the initial screening test, it would be 10 cents per month.
premium.
That you're eliminating
Right.
by eliminating the first dollar
Yes.
coverage for PST.
Yes.
That's how I read that. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Representative Matheson.
Thank you. That was helpful. For the follow-up services, did you parse out that for like if it was repeated, if it was an MRI, it would be this much. If it was a biomarker test, it would be this much.
No.
How did you get to the point?
Well, this is done by it.
3-1?
Yeah, and this is done by an actuarial consultant. So we can follow up with that and ask
Okay,
for that breakout.
thank you.
And it was kind of a follow-up to that. I wonder if they would be able to help us understand the interrelationship with the biomarker testing bill that's sitting on the table, but if that were to pass or not, but just how that would affect the analysis as well.
So if that bill were to pass, then what else would be needed under this bill? I guess so to take out the part, if the biomarker were to pass, take that part out, and then what do we have? Okay.
Yes, thank you. I love how you translate what I'm saying.
I'm just trying to make sure.
Language. No, it's much appreciated. I don't talk math. But you do. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is, in a follow-up with them, can you see, I mean, they based all their estimates on that, on the demographics they've got listed there. But as we're seeing in renewals and whatnot this year, because of the enhanced tax credit removal and whatnot, I mean, I'm seeing with my people, I'm seeing 10 to 20% that are just dropping coverage altogether. So now, if you're 10 to 20% higher on the figures there, your PPPM is going to be way off. Because actuarially, you're based on number of lives. If that number of lives decrease, but the cost per hasn't changed that much.
Yeah.
Where's that differential?
I mean, I think it's a little hard to parse out if you're thinking of, the portion of the population that dropped out. If we knew, for example, that the young, healthy people dropped out and that I think what we're seeing obviously is like early retirees, the people who are experiencing health issues are the ones that keep their plans. And maybe I'm not answering it quite right.
Well, I mean, if I look at it from what I'm seeing, the ones that are dropping off are the ones on the higher, are the ones that are losing their subsidy altogether. So that tends to be your more, some of your more aged and whatnot, or your lower income. Because the lower income still are getting subsidies, so their premiums are still in the reasonable range. You get on the other side, and the premiums are totally unreasonable. So there's, so essentially they're going to self-insure.
And that's something I think we'll be able to study once the coverage is effectuated. Initially, we've seen about 11% decrease over last year, but it's really hard to tell until people pay their premiums. And then, of course, as the superintendent mentioned, we're not even sure if things could change in the next month or two. I don't think we'd see a dramatic change in the per member per month costs. I think if we were looking at like a total, if the defrayal was an amount we were concerned with, I think, then maybe we'd see some adjustment to it. But I think the per member per month is based on our general understanding of the insured population.
Okay, Representative Mathis, thank you.
Did your group look at, or did you look at the difference between why Kentucky thought it required a defrayal and you did not?
I can get back to you. Yeah, I don't want to speak I'm not real familiar with Kentucky's. But I'll put a question there. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Arford? Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick question. I'm just curious, and this may not, and if this does not apply, please just let me know. But the grading from the Affordable Care Act, the A or B, C or D, does that change? Or is that, once it's set, it's set?
A little bit out of my area of expertise. I believe they do meet and they do update the guidelines. But I don't know, whether it's a 3-year or I'm really not that familiar with.
And
the
am I
process.
correct in understanding that, let's say if this service was an A or a B, and so the federal government, because they're saying this is going to be offered without any cost sharing, like for the plans on the exchange, they would subsidize that. The state wouldn't have to subsidize this. I mean, they would do their subsidy on those services when they were added on, correct?
Correct, because that would be an
Right.
EHB
Okay.
requirement.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for this.
Further questions? Representative Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you calculated what the deferral cost would be to the state if, in fact, you didn't get approved from CMS to have the deferral costs?
We don't have that in here specifically. I think the closest that we came is on page 4 at the bottom, where we talk about the total across all markets. So that's obviously way overstated because that's got large group included in there and small group. So we could certainly give you a.
Further questions or requests for clarification, further information? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Just stay here. We doing.
I'm sorry.
She was just saying, should you stay here for the next one?
Oh,
I said,
yes.
yes, maybe so.
I think so. I think you're welcome to.
While you finish
stay.
your discussion.
Before we close the work session, is there any other requests for further information or clarifications? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Representative Matheson.
Make a motion to table.
Right, a motion to table. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Arford. All those in favor? And that's unanimous of those here. And thank you. So we will close the work session on LD 1502, open the work session on LD 1530.
So similarly, the Bureau of Insurance did a study of the amended version of LD 1530 at the committee's request, and Edna will hand out the hard copy of the report. You received this electronically earlier, and Marty will take you through some of the highlights. Thank you.
So similar to 1502, this is in our newer format. So some of the key items are in the executive summary. I think what was helpful in this report was to explain that this bill is requiring what we call non-transporting emergency medical service that are currently covered by ambulance service providers. So we're talking about a difference in required reimbursement provider. This bill also would prohibit prior authorization requirements for these services and require naloxone, hydrochloride, or other opioid overdose reversing medications when provided by the ambulance or the non-transporting emergency medical service. And this is all, I'm on page 2 of the report. So our actuarial contractor estimated the premium impact to be $1.26 to $3.34 per member per month, depending on the carrier, the benefit plan, and reimbursement levels. And that translates to a percent impact between 0.2% and 0.51%. So about 0.5%. This is based primarily on carrier data and statistics published by the Maine Emergency Medical Services. And once again, they give a total. Let's see if there was some other highlights that I wanted to touch on. So on page 4, we do mention that currently no Maine carrier provides the non-transport emergency medical services as eligible providers in the commercial market. And this is the case in most other states as well. So we really didn't find another state with the same mandate. Indiana had passed legislation addressing reimbursement for emergency medical services that included the non-transport EMS. And then there's a separate issue of the coverage of naloxone hydrochloride, which is see, so it's I think mostly required as it is in Maine when it's prescribed by a doctor or administered by a family member. None of the states have addressed the coverage of in the emergency setting. So because the coverage is rare, really didn't have that much data to base it on. So use the public available information to construct the range. And we did not consider this to be a mandate that would require defrayal, as we're considering it a provider mandate, requiring a otherwise provided services, but specific to the non-transport EMS providers. And I did want to bring up one issue in talking to a carrier recently. They did say they have difficulty understanding if reimbursement is based on a % of Medicare. If Medicare doesn't reimburse at all for that service, whether they would then not be able to reimburse, because if you're basing it on zero reimbursement, there is no standard there. So there is some difficulty with that. We did base the report on the amendment, and that is at the very back of the report, just to be clear that it wasn't based on the original bill. So once again, I went through that quickly. I don't know if there was any others. So okay, open it up to questions.
All right, questions, clarification. Representative Chimino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you by any chance know what the reimbursement rate is for an ambulance that does transport?
I don't know offhand.
And I'm asking that question because, in my opinion, because we do not reimburse at the rate we should be reimbursing these ambulances for when they do transport, I think that's why this is now becoming an issue for the non-transports. And I think if we compare what the reimbursement, if we increase the reimbursement, we may actually make out better by reimbursing where they should be reimbursed and then not having to worry about this other piece of legislation.
So Representative Chimino, if you look at the bill or even the amendment, you'll see that what's being amended is the current law for ambulance reimbursement and just adding and non-transporting emergency medical services. Colleen, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
So that will answer your question is all if you look at what's currently in statute, which is part of the original bill.
I guess my point is we may not have to do both. Let's see what happens with the reimbursement at the rate that it should be at for transports.
Yeah, if you're
So doing
saying
both.
another way to look at this is increase the rate for ambulance services, not including non-transport, then I think if we wanted to explore that, that would have to have another mandate study, or how would we know how much that would cost
Yeah, I mean, under
otherwise.
existing statute, the maximum commercial reimbursement rate for ambulance services is 200%. The bill proposed to increase it for both to 300%, and then also to add the non-transporting emergency services providers. I don't know if that's something that, you know, the actuarial consultant with the Bureau can look at that
Right.
specific issue without having to do a whole new, you know, mandate study.
Yeah.
You could kind of maybe extrapolate some of that information as to what the impact of just doing, you know, one
The-
portion of it, increasing from 200 to 300 for the existing, under the existing law, that might be an option. Without having to, you know,
Do you
delay and
think,
do.
do
a
you
study.
think they could do that without?
Yeah, maybe repeat back to me.
Just looking
What-
at moving under the existing law, which is ambulance service providers, just increasing the current statute from 200% to the maximum 300%.
So
Taking
section A
Yeah. yeah.
without the
Without-
non-transporting.
Yeah, taking out all the non-transport references, yeah. But just moving the 200 to 300 and the corresponding like 180 to 280. That's
We can certainly ask.
Further questions? Representative Matheson.
Thank you, Marty. Just wanted to clarify, um, I know that this bill looked at non-transporting emergency medical services and the coverage of naloxone, but then I look on page 6 and you had indicated that the cost for naloxone administration only is 2 cents per member per month. So if I'm looking at this right mathematically, so we're looking at $1.24 to $3.32 for the non-transports, but the second part of the bill is really just 2 cents. Am I reading that correctly? I just want to make sure my math is right.
Yeah, and so we've got the 2 cents. I just want to make sure.
You've got
I'm
the
looking at it.
one, yeah, a lot of numbers there. Sorry about that.
okay.
So on page 2, you had indicated the range was
Oh, yeah.
126 to 334. And then on page 6, you indicated that the naloxone administration was 2 cents. So is that 2 cents basically the second part of this bill, the coverage for naloxone? And then everything else is transport?
Yeah, I think you're interpreting that
Okay,
correct.
thank you very much.
Further questions? Seeing none. Any other information the committee wants, needs, further clarification? So I guess it's just that one piece, kind of parsing out the ambulance increase versus non-transport.
Yeah.
All right, then I would entertain a motion. Representative Matheson.
I make a motion to table LD 1530.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Representative Chimino. Edna, are you with us? Edna?
I'm with you.
I like the honesty. All right.
I got you.
You got me?
I got
Okay. So there's a pending motion to table. All those in favor, if you'd raise your hand. And Colleen, it's unanimous
Yes,
of those
got it.
present.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. We are a punchy group
The
today.
procedural
Even our
ones I
clerk
can handle.
is. I'm telling you. All right, so we'll close the work session at LD 1530. Open the work session at LD 1803.
Okay, so LB 1803
Simple. Yeah.
is a simple bill that the committee will remember from last session. An act to amend the laws governing optometric practice. And this bill was carried over similarly to LB 1220. The committee asked the department to put together a stakeholder group to look at the proposal in the legislation to expand the scope of practice of optometrists, kind of in lieu of a more formal sunrise review process. And the department has worked over the interim to put together a stakeholder group to meet, to look at the amended version of the bill and some of the direction that the committee gave to the department by letter. And my understanding is Commissioner Cohen is here who can provide that report and give the committee an update on the stakeholder process.
Thank you. Senator Bailey, Representative Matheson, members of the committee. My name is Joan Cohen, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the report today on LD 1803. Before I start, I just want to share a moment of levity. So I'm going to hand out something to you that gave me a laugh out loud moment, and I hope you have the same experience. I found it in a bowl in my staff break room right after Halloween when I was in the midst of this report and literally laughed out loud. So I hope you do too. Can I walk up?
Yes, I am so intrigued.
Me too. They are chocolate eyeballs from Halloween.
Oh, oh, that is bad. That is so bad.
This is a serious report, of course,
is a
but
serious
just a moment of levity.
Yep.
So thank you. So as you heard, the committee sent a letter to the department asking that we convene a stakeholder report, stakeholder committee to evaluate LD 1803. I'm here to share our findings and recommendations with you today, just so that you know these are hot off the presses. So unfortunately, we have not had a chance to give copies to the stakeholders. We will definitely do that later. Just getting them printed today. They were due tomorrow, a little cheeky to have us here today. But we will make sure that the stakeholders get a copy. So apologize. Christina Lunner, my deputy commissioner, who's right behind me, has two copies, one for proponents, one for opponents if they didn't get one. We only have one each extras. Please see Christina, make sure they get a copy. I first also want to thank the stakeholders. They were invaluable to this process. I'm not going to read their names, but they because I have a lot to cover, but they are listed on Appendix 2. We had stakeholders, representatives of proponents, opponents, the two licensing boards, medicine and optometry. So as I was saying, or as Colleen also mentioned, the request was to review the amendment in the spirit of a Sunrise report. Just of note, Sunrise reports, it does talk about new regulations or expanding regulations, but the questions aren't really specific to an expanded regulation. So it's really in the spirit of a Sunrise report, but we focused on the questions that the committee asked. The committee asked specifically that we consider the laws in other states related to the scope of practice for optometrists, review and make recommendations on the substantive provisions regarding scope of practice, what would be included, what would be excluded, and the opioid prescribing authority of an optometrist, and carefully consider any changes to the board's licensing, board's authority to make changes to scope of practice pursuant to LD 1803. This report summarizes our findings and recommendations. And just of note, our review did not include independent statistical analysis. We got a lot of data. We pretty much relied on the data that we were given. We are not data analysts. So I want to talk a little bit about the process because we believe it was very fair, open, and balanced. We identified the stakeholders, members from names presented by the Maine Optometric Association and the Maine Society of Eye Physicians and Surgeons. We used a doodle poll to make sure to establish 3 meeting dates that worked for everyone. And by the way, one date didn't work for someone, and I made it work by participating in the meeting from vacation. So we were very committed. We also had the meetings from 7 to 9 p.m. in order to accommodate working practitioners' schedules. The 3 meetings covered the following topics: access, procedures and proficiency, and prescriptive authority and board capacity. Prior to each meeting, we solicited data from stakeholders. Stakeholders were also offered an opportunity to present their data and their perspectives at the meeting, and each presentation was followed by a question and answer period. Following each meeting, staff reviewed the information and data presented and solicited additional information or clarifications as needed. We also didn't have to make the meetings public. There's nothing requiring public access to a stakeholder meeting, but in the spirit of transparency, we did allow the public to view, not participate, but to view pursuant to the department's remote participation policy. All the meetings were remote or hybrid rather. So this report evaluates the sponsor's amendment to LD 1803, which proposes to expand the scope of practice for Maine optometrists by authorizing certain surgical procedures, limited injection authority, and prescriptive authority for hydrocodone combination products, which I'll refer to as HCPs, and by granting the Board of Optometry exclusive authority to define their scope of practice by rule. Proponents assert that LD 1803 represents a long overdue modernization of optometric practice in Maine. Opponents contend that optometrists, while valued for their role in primary ocular care, have not undergone the rigorous training necessary to undertake the range of surgical and other procedures to ensure patient safety. Our analysis based on the discussions, the data and information, and additional staff research. It draws on cross-state comparisons, workforce and access data, education and training standards, quality and safety consideration, and governance implications. So I'm going to jump to the conclusion in the executive summary. So the department concludes that LD 1803 would grant the Board of Optometry concludes that LD 1803 proposes changes that are broader and more discretionary than those adopted in most states. It raises unresolved questions regarding training, proficiency, patient safety, opioid prescribing safeguards, and access outcomes, and would represent a significant departure from Maine's established approach to legislative oversight of health professions' scope of practice. The report identifies areas where clarification or additional safeguards and further study would be recommended or necessary should the legislature choose to move forward with any portion of the proposed expansions. Now I'm going to give a summary of each of the areas we considered. I'm going to start with scope of practice, and I'm in the executive summary right now, and then I can go into a little more detail as needed. So LD 1803 would authorize optometrists to perform a defined set of procedures that include removal of lesions, injections for certain conditions, and several laser procedures, notably YAG, SLT, YAG capsulotomy, YAG peripheral iridotomy, and selective laser trabeculotomy. Thank you, Triplet. Of note, Alaska is the only state with a scope of practice similar to what is proposed in LD 1803. So stakeholders were unable to come to consensus regarding the safety or need for the procedures proposed in LD 1803. In general, proponents characterize these procedures as low risk and consistent with contemporary optometric practice, and opponents contend they're high risk and can be higher risk and often non-urgent and more appropriately performed by ophthalmologists with surgical training.
Sorry.
Yes.
I apologize, but can you just point me where you're reading?
I'm on page 5.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Yep. Additionally, stakeholders were unable to come to consensus on the procedures that LD 1803 would authorize due to what opponents described as confusing statutory language. Importantly, the report finds that Maine aligns with the majority of states that do not authorize optometrists to perform surgery or laser procedures. So, of the states that have expanded scope of practice, 14 states permit laser surgeries. Of those 14, only 10 permit all 3 of the laser surgeries proposed in LD 1803. 22 states have enacted some form of eyelid lesion removal authority, but the specific procedures vary across states. If the legislature determines that scope expansion is warranted, we recommend amending the bill to clearly identify the permitted procedures. So that goes to the issue of what's in, what's out. With respect to prescriptive authority and opioid, LD 1803 proposes restoring optometrists' authority to prescribe hydrocodone products, HCP, which was lost following the federal reclassification from Schedule 3 to Schedule 2 in 2014. A majority of states, 35, permit optometrists to prescribe HCPs. Proponents argue that the authority is needed for rare cases of acute ocular pain and would be limited in duration. Opponents question the clinical necessity, citing infrequent use of opioids in ocular care and concerns related to opioid misuse. The report finds that LD 1803 does not incorporate the opioid prescribing safeguards currently required of other prescribers in Maine. If opioid prescriptive authority is permitted, the report recommends that optometrists be subject to the same statutory and regulatory requirements that apply to all opioid prescribers. With respect to patient access and workforce, the data shows that optometrists outnumber ophthalmologists in Maine and nationally. The number of optometrists is increasing and the number of ophthalmologists is decreasing. And certainly access can be challenging for Mainers living in rural areas who may need to travel significant distances for care. Proponents contend that Maine's current scope of practice negatively impacts the state's ability to attract optometrists. The data, according to the report, doesn't show that workforce growth necessarily follows a scope expansion. So without an analysis of the factors that play into a healthcare practitioner's decision of where to locate, it's not clear from the data whether the impact of scope expansion is causation or correlation. And I can go into that a little bit more in detail later. Proponents also contend that current wait time and drive times are too long. Basically, wait time and drive time data presents a mixed picture. What is clear is that referral patterns, such as directing patients to specialty ophthalmologists rather than comprehensive ophthalmologists who are general, may impact wait times. Regarding drive times, optometrists and ophthalmologists tend to practice in similar high-density areas. So again, it's unclear what impact LD 1803 would have on drive times. So the department recommends some further study there as well. With respect to education and training, the report highlights that there are substantial differences between optometrists and ophthalmologists' education and training. Optometrists reject the assertion that historically optometry schools have provided variable exposure to surgical training and shared a 2020 Association of Schools of Colleges framework for developing optometric curriculum guidelines and educational standards. Notably, as of January 1st, 2025, the Accreditation Council on Optometric Education adopted new professional optometric degree program standards that require optometry schools to prepare their graduates for the independent practice of contemporary optometry, which is defined in that standard as the as procedures permitted in at least 10% of the states. Training on live patients remains an area of variability for optometrists. Only 3 schools offer student optometrists training on live eyes. Most of the training is done on models. Some schools offer a rotation at a school that offers live eye training, but those externships are limited. The closest school to Maine that offers training on live eyes is in Kentucky. By contrast, in ophthalmology residents, exposure to surgery progresses throughout their education. With respect to quality, safety, and adverse events, clearly there's a threat to public health, safety, or welfare when any healthcare procedure, not limited to optometry, including surgery, is performed by individuals without sufficient education, training, and experience, including frequency of that practice. Proponents contend that the low number of reported adverse events demonstrate overall safety. They cite reported complication rates nationally that of 146,000 procedures, there were only 2 negative outcomes. Opponents, however, pointed to multiple examples of adverse events identified in Kentucky and Oklahoma, and those are in your in the report as an appendix. The discrepancy in identified adverse event reporting may in part reflect that only 7 expansion states have a mandatory reporting requirement, and only one of those states is required to report publicly. The report finds that there's a lack of standardization across expansion states regarding credentialing, training, and other requirements for the proposed procedures, with varying requirements for hands-on experience, ongoing competencies, etc. So the report finds that given inconclusive safety data, the limited opportunities to train on live eyes, and the variability of education and credentialing requirements, we recommend that if the legislature decides to expand scope of practice to include any of the proposed surgical procedures, that the legislature should impose or require the Board of Optometry to impose sufficiently rigorous requirements to ensure public safety. And finally, the committee asked us to look at board governance and the exclusive authority granted pursuant to LD 1803. So LD 1803 would grant the Board of Optometry exclusive authority to define the scope of practice, of optometric practice. That governance structure would differ from all other licensing boards in Maine and from most states nationally. The report underscores that scope of practice determinations are traditionally legislative decisions, with boards exercising regulatory authority within statutory boundaries. Granting exclusive authority to the Board of Optometry would significantly reduce legislative oversight and lacks clear statutory guardrails. The report also finds that the board, while extremely capable and committed, is currently under-resourced and raises questions about their ability to undertake this substantial work. So I would like to now go in a little bit more in depth on a few of the areas, starting on page 8. I'm in proposed procedures. So again, proponents contend that the bill modernizes the scope of practice for optometrists in Maine. So to consider this, we looked at optometrist scope of practice laws and regulation across the country, and specifically in expansion states, to see where Maine fits in the national landscape. So our research found, as I identified earlier, that Maine is among the majority of states that do not permit optometrists to perform surgeries, the majority of states that allow injections for anaphylaxis, and the minority of states that do not allow prescribing hydrocodone. So to drill in a little deeper, there are 14 states that authorize optometrists to perform some sort of laser surgery. Of those 14, and this is on page 9, 11 states authorize SLT lasers, 12 states authorize YAG capsulotomies, 13 states authorize LPI, and only 10 states authorize all 3 lasers contemplated in LD 1803. Going back to page 8, 22 states authorize optometrists to remove some form of lesions from the eyelid. Maine is among the majority, 29 states, including all of the New England states, that do not authorize optometrists to perform eyelid surgery. It's important to note that the permissions vary from state to state. 43 states do permit optometrists to have some type of injection authority. That is like Botox, for example. 18 states, including Maine, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Vermont, limit that authority to treating anaphylaxis. And 8 states don't authorize optometrists to provide injections. And finally, 35 states authorize optometrists to prescribe hydrocodone products. Maine is, along with Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont, are among the minority of states that do not authorize the prescribing of hydrocodone. So we did drill in, I'm not going to go through it here, encourage you to read this later, but we drilled in a little bit into the expansion states' authorities on some of which I mentioned, the laser surgery, but also some variations even that exist within what we describe as the expansion states, the states that have some form of expanded scope of practice. So now I'm in the middle of page 9. We offered some procedure definitions, and by we, I mean we relied on the stakeholders to assist with that. And I won't go through those, but the key is that one of the questions was, how does the bill proposes procedures that are permitted and procedures that are disallowed, and how does that work? And what we found is that opponents found the list confusing and raised questions about how that list would be maintained and whether something that was neither on the authorized list or the unauthorized list might be permitted because it's not explicitly prohibited. So the recommendation is, if any aspect of LD 1803 goes forward, that there be clarity on the list of procedures. Since many of you are not medical professionals, the laser surgeries are done using a slit lamp, which is an instrument that currently optometrists use for eye exams. Proponents argued that optometrists use these every day in their practice, and opponents disagreed that they can be used for surgery because there are significant differences between using a slit lamp for diagnostic purposes versus surgical purposes. Starting on page 47 in Appendix 7 are some examples from the proponents about what the procedures look like, and further giving some visuals of what they are. To better understand each of the procedures, we asked the stakeholders to provide their perspective on the risk level, urgency, and frequency of the proposed procedures, and we found there was no consensus between the parties. In general, proponents argued the procedures were low risk and high need, and conversely, the opponents argued that the procedures are high risk, and some are unnecessary or needed infrequently. And I would just draw your attention to Appendix 8, which has some additional information about the comparison. With respect to
Sorry.
You can maybe address this later, but I just was curious if you, out of the expansion states, did your group look at why these different states offered different things and why that was one state does an SLT, one does, 12 do YAG, 13 do LPI. Was there a reason for this?
We did not drill down into that, but that's an excellent question.
Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Joan, I'm looking at the list of stakeholders and when you're referencing sort of opponents and proponents, I guess, what keeps coming to my mind is, did this just split? Like optometrists were on one side and ophthalmologists were on?
Yes.
So when I'm looking at the stakeholders, just assume optometry was on one side so there was no real consensus reached.
There was no consensus reached on the on LD 1803 as amended. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I just want to give her the opportunity to finish. I'm just thinking, otherwise you're never going to finish if you start asking questions.
And I'm not leaving until I get through the whole thing, so buckle up.
I think you're almost done.
All right.
Classic. Did I say that out loud?
With respect to prescriptive authority, and I'm only doing what you asked me to do. The bill proposes expanding prescriptive authority to include hydrocodone combination products, HCPs. We will note that there was some confusion regarding the prescriptive authority in the bill. Proponents stressed at the meeting that their intent is to limit any new prescriptive authority to HCPs. Opponents suggested that the amendment would permit additional prescriptive authority beyond HCPs. So if the legislature chooses to move forward with an expansion of prescriptive authority, we recommend clarifying the language. So very briefly, I want to give the history of HCPs relative to optometrists and the Controlled Substances Act. So in 2009, the Maine legislature allowed optometrists to prescribe oral medications, including Schedule III drugs, which at that time included HCPs. In 2014, the U.S. DEA rescheduled HCPs from Schedule III to the more restrictive Schedule II of the Controlled Substances Act. And Schedule II places drugs with accepted medical uses, but great potential for harm and abuse in Schedule II. Following the 2014 reclassification, therefore, Maine optometrists were no longer able to prescribe HCPs and currently can no longer prescribe HCPs. As noted, 35 states do authorize optometrists to prescribe HCPs, and proponents contend that those states amended their laws to maintain that prescriptive authority. So we then looked into how necessary are HCPs for ocular care. HCPs are rarely prescribed, but when they're needed to treat severe ocular pain that can't be managed with over-the-counter or non-opioid prescription medications. Proponents noted that these products are prescribed for no more than 72 hours and are limited to acute situations. Opponents agreed that the need for HCPs is infrequent and stressed that HCPs are rarely prescribed or medically necessary for ocular issues. One stakeholder noted that in her 25 years of doing ocular surgery, she has never prescribed hydrocodone for any reason. So the question, I think, for this committee is, whether to authorize HCPs given the backdrop of opioid misuse. So we then included some information about the opioid epidemic. Maine's opioid response 2023 to 2025 strategic plan identifies improving the safety of opioid prescribing as one of its priority strategies. And so although the use of HCPs for post-operative ocular pain is intended for limited durations, misusing of opioid prescriptions is something that happens and happens frequently. So as noted, neither LD 1803 as drafted nor the amendment included any of the statutory requirements imposed on other Maine healthcare practitioners with opioid prescribing authority. So if the legislature chooses to expand optometrist prescriptive authority to include HCPs. It recommends that the department, that the bill be amended to require optometrists to comply with all the requirements that apply to all of the other prescribers of opioids in Maine. I will try and move more quickly. I just want to note a few things with respect to access. Proponents contend that LD 1803 will improve access and attract more optometrists to the state. We did look starting on page 13 at the impact of scope expansion on recruitment, and looked at the states where there's been expanded scope and their licensing data. The most notable increases were in 3 of the 4 states whose expansion laws had been in place for more than a decade. So Oklahoma, with the oldest law, saw an increase of 138 optometrists over 27 years, representing a 27% growth rate. Kentucky had an increase of 166 optometrists over 14 years, representing a 66% growth rate. And Louisiana had an increase of 116 optometrists over 12 years, representing a 39% growth rate. I do want to note that it is important to compare this to the national growth rate, which was 65% from 1997 to 2022. 58%. Sorry, excuse me. Also, not all expansion states saw significant growth following the passage of their scope expansion. Alaska saw an increase of 7 optometrists over 8 years, which is about a 5.5 overall growth rate. Arkansas saw an increase of 10 optometrists over 5 years, which is a 2.6% overall growth rate. And Wyoming saw an increase of 2 optometrists over 4 years, representing a 1.8% growth rate. Finally, one of the expansion states experienced a decrease during that time. Mississippi had a decrease of 6 optometrists over 4 years, representing a negative 1.76 overall growth rate. So we provided a little more information, a little more comparison. Not going to get into that right now. But overall, there is not clear evidence that expanding scope will attract more optometrists to a state, at least certainly in a somewhat short term. Going quickly to education and training, there's really very little comparison between optometrist training and ophthalmologist training. We have a very, very simple chart, which obviously does not get into the nuance of training between them, between optometrists and ophthalmologists, and that's on page 20. A key difference is training on live eyes. And there are only 3 schools of optometry, which are located in states that authorize optometrists to perform surgeries that are thereby allow training on live eyes. And the closest state to Maine is Kentucky. Some schools offer a rotation in a state that allows training on live eyes, but those externships are limited. On page 21, we discuss credentialing requirements. We found that credentialing requirements across the states that have an expanded scope vary greatly. They vary in course length, required curriculum, clinical laboratory experiences, hands-on or in vivo experiences. And from table 2 on page 22, we have a chart that sort of lays out some of that variability. As noted earlier, there is not clear data or consensus on the safety of these procedures as determined by adverse events. Again, the proponents stress only 2 negative outcomes in 146,000 laser procedures, whereas opponents pointed out examples of adverse outcomes, which are on Appendix 35. 35 and 36. Just 2 examples are included in the report. One is specific to an adverse outcome from the procedure. Well, both are adverse outcomes from the procedure. The second one I think is interesting because the review of the chart noted that the patient didn't even need the surgeries that were performed. So we do find that there can be a threat to public health, safety, or welfare when healthcare procedures, including surgery, are performed by individuals without sufficient education, training, and experience, including frequency of recent practice. There is no standard approach to credentialing across expansion states. A minority of states require reporting of adverse events, so we may not have good data or clear data. And we stress that if the legislature decides to expand scope of authority to include any of the proposed surgical procedures, that the legislature should either set rigorous requirements or do so through the Board of Optometry. And finally, I wanted to get into a little bit of detail about the grant of exclusive authority to the board. So as I noted earlier, this grant of exclusive authority is unlike any other main board, and we were only able to identify one state with this exact grant of exclusive authority, and that was Alaska. Proponents did identify, I think, 6 other states that's in an appendix that have a sort of they have a larger grant of authority, but with some defined parameters. So in general, the role of legislatures and licensing boards, generally legislatures establish, I'm on page 25, establish a statutory scheme through an enabling act, and they set forth a whole variety of things, including definition of purpose, qualifications for licensure, et cetera. And that's called the enabling statute. And in that, the enabling statute explicitly delegates some of this legislative authority to the executive branch, or that is the board. And that, can be helpful and necessary. However, the statute has to contain sufficient standards to guide the board so that the regulation is consistent with legislative intent. So in other words, it can't just be a grant like go forth and prosper. So a statute that gives unlimited regulatory power to a commission, board, or agency with no prescribed restraints and no criterion to guide its actions may be constitutionally suspect. So on its face, it's hard to determine what the board would use to further define or further expand the scope of optometry if it would have exclusive authority. So exclusive authority to determine what constitutes the practice of optometry. Proponents contend that major substantive rulemaking proposed in the amendment would be sufficient legislative oversight. The department questions whether major substantive rulemaking would be a safeguard because of the delegation of exclusive authority. So it would really narrow or maybe even render meaningless the basis of the legislature's review. Their review would be based on, given that the committee's review would be guided by exclusive authority, and we question how, other than did the board comply with the main Administrative Procedures Act, how they would be able to review a major substantive rule from a board with that grant of exclusive authority. The proponents pointed to two boards that they feel have a grant of exclusive authority in Maine, similar to what they're proposing. And that would be the EMS board and the Board of Complementary Health. While those boards have some delegated discretionary authority, it's more to fill in the gaps rather than to determine their profession's scope of practice. And they're both distinguishable from the proposal in 1803. An obvious distinction is that neither EMS nor complementary health grants exclusive authority. They grant language to determine some standards, but it's not exclusive authority to determine scope of practice. Additionally, EMS is an agency within the Department of Public Safety, which consists of several boards with different functions. Boards include the EMS Medical Services, the Licensing Board, and the Medical Direction Practices Board. There are also in their statute well-defined statutory goals. They include a clear statement of purpose and a recognized national standard that's incorporated into the rules, and a breadth of non-EMS experts charged with establishing the scope of practice. So I just want to go through some important distinctions between the Board of Optometry and EMS. First of all, the EMS Direction Board is a separate and distinct board from the EMS Licensing Board. The EMS Licensing Board does not set the scope of practice. The EMS Direction and Practices Board is charged by statute with creating, adopting, and maintaining EMS protocols which complement the scope of practice by establishing the standard of care. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, the EMS Medical Direction and Practices Board is comprised of 12 physician members, 1 pharmacist member, 1 paramedic, and 1 EMT. The Board of Optometry, on the other hand, is composed only of optometrists and 1 public member. Similarly, the Board of Complementary Medicine regulates 3 professions: acupuncturists, naturopaths, and midwives. With respect to acupuncturists and naturopaths, their scope does not mention the board's role, their statute rather, does not mention the board's role in determining scope. By contrast, the provisions for scope of practice in midwives state that the board may adopt rules to clarify the scope of practice, but the statute simultaneously limits scope of practice to be aligned at all times with established national standards. Again, most importantly, the language does not vest exclusive authority to the board. As I noted earlier, data shared by opponents only identifies 1 state, that's Alaska, that grants full authority to the licensing board comparable to LD 1803. And there are 6 other states in Appendix 8 where they grant their boards of optometry the ability to approve future procedures with safeguards. And finally, I just want to talk briefly about board capacity. Proponents contend that the Maine State Board of Optometry has the capacity to implement the expansions proposed in LD 1803, and that states that have implemented advanced procedures have done so within their board's current infrastructure and without new spending. So we looked at the Board of Optometry staffing and financial resources. This Board of Optometry has a single staff member who is an office specialist too. So that's a sort of higher level secretary. When the sole member is out for any reason, illness, vacation, the office has no backup staff to serve the public. The board also has only budgeted for 0.10 of a full-time equivalent of an assistant attorney general. In addition, the board has upcoming staff changes and additional known expenses for which it must budget. The known expenses include moving into a leased space and assuming maintenance of their website. Additionally, their longtime staff member is retiring, and there are significant costs associated with that retirement: vacation payout, temporary contracts, etc. We think the board would be well served to use this retirement to establish a higher level staff position. And according to proponents' data in 8 expansion states that they provided information, each of those boards has a director or an executive director. And finally, I just need to note that the board has a budget deficit right now, and it is relying on cash reserves to cover the gap. Based on budget and revenue projections to maintain status quo, the board will need to spend approximately $61,000 more than they receive in licensing revenue over fiscal year 26-27. To generate sufficient revenue, the board has to increase fees, and they did recently initiate a rulemaking to increase their fees from $490 to $600. However, even raising fees to $600 is not going to generate enough revenue to maintain the status quo, and that doesn't even contemplate the additional known expenses or any additional resources that might be needed to do the extensive rulemaking proposed in LD 1803. I do want to note that the Maine State Board of Optometry believes that they can handle the work, and they believe that they do have adequate administrative and legal support to implement, but we respectfully disagree. While we respect the commitment and expertise of each of the board members and the staff, this is more work than a part-time, than a office specialist 2 and a less than 10% time of an AAG can handle. The board did identify their recent repeal and replace as an example of a heavy lift they were able to accomplish with the existing resources. But the department notes that that was primarily a reorganization of their existing laws and rules, with the exception of 2 additional rules. And that effort, according to the board chair, took 4 years. So we want to stress that this is important public protection work that should not be a simple cut and paste from other states. Drafting rulemaking requires advanced research by board staff and members, and often numerous discussions of drafts for each rule, which have to be done in public, as board members cannot communicate with each other outside of board meetings. So depending on which of LD 1803's expansions, if any, are permitted, the rulemaking would require numerous rulemakings or numerous provisions of a rule to address the requirements specific to each of the procedures, education, training, exams, certifications, et cetera, to ensure that optometrists are sufficiently trained to perform the surgeries permitted by an expanded scope. And that is all I have to share right now. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from committee members? Representative Mastracchio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm gonna digest this, and I really want to thank you for the report. I just want to know what thought was given at all to incremental change. I mean, it took us, we had already had, I think, I'm trying to think, 4 years of different bills coming before LCRED at the time. I'm thinking of the Dental Practice Act. And then we took another 4 years, it seemed like, to really work on modernizing the Dental Practice Act to get it to the point that it is kind of now.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, did they speak at all, the 2 groups together, talk about, let's figure out if we're going to do anything like this, that it doesn't just happen like
Right.
this. This is a lot of work.
Yes, there was no discussion of that and very little consensus. So that was not discussed.
Further questions? Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 14, you're talking about the growth of optometrists with the changes. Did it look at all, or is there any data on loss of ophthalmologists when those laws passed?
No, but that is that's a good question. We did not look at that. We also didn't look at non-expansion state, so states where there was not expansion of scope of practice, to see what the growth in those states was like, because in order to achieve the national average of 58%, clearly there had to be growth in states that were not expansion states as well.
Representative Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I just have to say at the outset, it's very disappointing. And I'm not reflection of you, but when we sent the folks out of here to get together, we expected to have some sort of a resolution to the obvious differences of opinion. And this report is nothing more than what we had at our public hearing. One side's here, one side's there. So it's disappointing to me that there was not one thing that we could come out of this that said, okay, we can try this, or we can try that, as Representative Mastracchio suggested, that we do implemental changes. To sit here and say, we can't do anything. We can't do any changes. We can't do any expansions. We can't allow, I mean, I had my eye appointment this early January, and I happened to ask my optometrist about this bill. She's in her late 30s. I'm not gonna, and she said, oh yeah, she said, I've had that training. She said, we've done that. She said, there are certain things we can do, certain things we can't, but we certainly can expand what we do. And it would help. But so it's just disappointing to me. It just, as I read this and I go through it, it's more of why we can't do it rather than why we can do it, or why we should do it. Or certainly other states, we always look to other states and what they do, but there are times when we, as a state, say, no, we're gonna chart our own course. And we don't have to do what New Hampshire does, or Massachusetts, or California, or whoever. We can say, okay, we think that it's reasonable for this state, with our rural nature, to try to expand what services are available. And yeah, maybe it's eyelid things, and maybe it's this or that, and it's not full, but we can go down that. I mean, I think that your board, I served on a board of environmental protection, and we made a lot of decisions, policy decisions that sent back to the legislature, substantive rulemaking. So it is possible for boards to do that. So again, I'll read through this more. I'm hoping that we're going to table this today, because I think that we should send a message that, yeah, there are some things that we think that the board should take a look at and start to move this dime a little bit forward to try to expand the scope of practice that's reasonable. So again, it's not a reflection on, it's just a reflection on the fact that we sent people out of here saying, come together. And the divorce happened before they left the room. So, I'll get off my soapbox, but that's
May
my
I
feeling.
respond? The report does not say you can't do anything. The report identifies if you do something, this, the options for safeguards. And there are times where consensus can't be reached. And, this committee has the, opportunity to determine either where they think scope should be, or where they think consensus, might be able to be achieved, as Representative Mastracchio alluded to.
And which is true, except just to expand a little bit on Representative Foley's comments, it's actually very helpful, though, when the experts in the field are able to reach some consensus and give us some guidance, because it does remind me of, when I'm in court and when you're doing family law and the, parents are fighting over custody of the child, and the judge will say, I'm going to send you to mediation in hopes that you can figure out what's best for your child, because me sitting here as the judge, just listening, on a half-day trial, trying to determine what is best for your child is probably not the best. And so it's a similar situation when we send off the experts in their field, right? They have the training, the expertise to say, you know, what would make sense, given that, and come back and help us when they come back again, it appears, with their heels dug in on both sides, it's not particularly helpful, that's all. And I know we have the authority and we're gonna, you know, make a decision, obviously, that's what we do. But it's certainly usually a better outcome and a better bill if we have some input from the affected parties.
May I respond?
Sure.
I think it probably called for a longer process than we had time for. This took up a lot of time in the short period of time that we had. And, you know, what you're describing and what Representative Mastracchio had described is a multi-year process.
Further questions? I'm just gonna give other people a chance and then we'll go loop back around. Representative Matheson.
Thank you. This is obviously a lot of work that was put forward, so I appreciate that. And I understand providers. So that being said, I was just curious with page 13, I wasn't sure if you guys separated out which expansions happened in those states, and if they did, I would love to just have that information because it'd be nice to know, like in Oklahoma, if they expanded on and I'm sorry, but I forget the SLT or the YAG or the LPI. It would just be nice to know what they did expand with and how that attracted people. If you don't have it, you don't have it. But if you do, that'd be great. And my other comment is I represent Kittery. So we're a border. So we have different laws in Massachusetts and in New Hampshire. So our ophthalmologists and optometrists have a unique situation where licensing requirements are different in those states. So I'm just wondering, did that come up in the conversations around this in terms of trying to figure out how that attracts people to the state? Because I know that a lot of my constituents go to New Hampshire and to Massachusetts to see these providers because there's more availability. So I wasn't sure. It might be too much of a question, but I was just curious if that came up in the discussions.
It didn't come up in the discussions, but I think some of our analysis identifies the New England states. So we tried to pull that in whenever possible.
Thank you.
Great. Representative Chimino.
First of all, I want to thank you for all that hard work. I know what's involved with it and it's appreciated. But I do have a question. You said that there were time constraints. So is it of your opinion that if there were more time, that there were issues that could have been resolved?
I don't know. I mean, we spent the time developing the data. We're not really able to go to that next step. And I think that would take a facilitated process, frankly, outside of the department, or outside of, the commissioner, to determine. But I think there are very differing views on this.
Were there questions? Representative Mastracchio, did you? Who?
Representative Arford.
Okay, Representative Arford, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate and thank you for for this excellent report. I understand the concerns that have been expressed by my fellow committee members on this report not really bringing us to a place of true collaboration between these two professions as to the path forward that they both find to be agreeable. However, I am actually interpreting this. In addition to that interpretation, I will add that what it shows me is that that the reason they haven't come to that point is because they haven't come to that point. That the ophthalmologists really are not at this time seeing a path forward that will guarantee patient safety and guarantee the same degree of not professionalism, just ability to perform these procedures as they are able to offer. They truly believe that as a body. And they can't shift from that until they get additional evidence that will allow them to shift from that position. And I'm just putting this all together. I may be completely wrong. And on the other hand, the optometrists absolutely believe that they are ready and able in the evolution of their profession to start to take on some of these particular procedures. So because I've said this many times, I will always err on the side of patient safety, always. And for that reason, this is one of the best reports I have seen yet that actually does lay out the patient safety concerns to the degree that you have. And so I am actually extremely grateful for that. And I look forward to, reading this further. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Mustajio? Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just relating it to what happened with the Dental Practice Act and how many years it took. And I just know that we didn't get this it came at the end of the last session. This is much more expansive than even what we discussed when the dental hygienist and the dental therapist, in my opinion. This is and I just am trying to figure out in my head how it is that you can put something into you can work on something like this over time without people taking their positions and really looking at it. And what I'm asking is that if we had a sunrise review, which we didn't have, but this kind of approximated, I'm looking at this and I don't see the access issues. I don't see the need that you see in some other professions. For me, it's more about adding things to your practice that you can charge for. So I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts going forward, because one of my thoughts was maybe this board, which I think is a small board that is not equipped to do the work that I remember it took for us to get. Even the dental board had to be changed in a lot of different ways in that how they were going to deal with things. And we see what has happened in there under OPOR now. This is one of these quasi-independent boards. Would they be better served by being moved into OPOR? And I'm asking the question because, we never thought of that back. It happened at the end of that whole process. So I guess I think what we need is a more broad look. I'm happy with what we have here as a beginning. That's the way I look at it. And I just think it's too bad it came so late in the session, but I'm not surprised that it's going to take a lot longer to even go through each of these things individually, because I think they're on each individual basis, they're all worthy of much more discussion than we've had, or even that you had in your meetings. And I agree, there was definitely not enough time.
Thank you. I think one of the challenges is this was one of the most expansive proposals. And so, really just getting through the breadth of what, from the proposed surgeries to the proposed exclusive authority to the board. It was a lot. So.
Further questions?
Yeah.
Representative Clutch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the report, you talk about the training of optometrists and ophthalmologists is very different, but does the training of optometrists vary by state? Right? Because we're hearing people say, well, I was trained to do this, but they're trained to do something that they're not, it seems like there's not a lot of states that necessarily allow these procedures to be performed by optometrists. So help me understand why would a school train on something that's not sort of within the allowed scope of practice? And then my other thought is, I'm curious why there isn't more of an effort, a concerted effort from the schools, the optometry schools, to all get on the same page across the country and then, train consistently and then sort of try to push for this more uniformly, I guess. So I don't know if you talked about this or thought about this or worked with the schools? I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
so we did have representatives of each of the education programs as part of the stakeholder group. There, so optometrists would point to some guidelines. I don't know. Sorry. Oh, here we go. In 2020, so 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 2026, aren't we? That the Association of Schools of Colleges of Optometry adopted for a framework for developing optometric curriculum, guidelines and educational standards. According to that framework, the framework did not specify an exact number of credit hours, contact hours, observation, or performance, but it was a starting point, and not meant as a prescriptive list of activities to restrict, limit, or regulate. Proponents do point to and say that no optometry students have graduated in the 2020s without advanced training procedures. And my understanding is as of January 1st, 2025, so just a year ago, the Accreditation Council on Optometric Education recognized new professional optometric degree program standards that seek to prepare graduates for what they call independent practice of contemporary optometry. And they define that, which is defined as the performance of procedures that are allowable in at least 10% of the state's scope of practice. So I can point you to that. I think a challenge is to teaching these procedures is that in states where the surgeries are not allowed, they can't teach on live eyes. So it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg. So. Oh, sorry. May I? So I apologize. I didn't introduce my new deputy commissioner, Christina Lunner. Christina did the bulk of the research on this. So she would like to jump in. I would like to let her because she knows this inside and out.
Well, I just want to add, Representative Pucci, there's a difference between when we refer to credentialing, we're referring more to what boards of optometry are doing, what they require of licensed or of applicants. That varies quite a bit state by state, what the boards require of optometrists who want to practice these advanced procedures. I would refer that collectively are the credentials we're talking about versus schools of optometry.
Thank you. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering, did you talk at all to any of the malpractice producers to see what their requirements would be on any of the optometrists if they were to take on these, and whether the training that they have is adequate for them to underwrite him on the malpractice side?
So we did not speak with, you said malpractice insurers. Okay, I missed that. But I was able to piece it together. We did not, according to, so I think we have a difference of opinion, again, between the proponents and the opponents. The proponents do point to the fact that malpractice insurance rates have not increased as a sign that there are not the safety concerns. The opponents note that there's probably fewer of these procedures to have an impact on malpractice insurance rates.
Okay. Further questions? So I just had a few clarifying ones. First is on page 9, under kind of in the middle, status of expansion legislation introduced in other states. And the report notes that of those bills, 3 were enacted, 2 of which permit certain surgical procedures. Can you get to us those 3 that were enacted?
Yes.
Or get it to Colleen to get to us so we can just look at those?
Yes, and may I just add, I think those 2 states that permit surgical procedures were included in the count that I provided. So just so that you know. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And then sounded like the majority of states do permit some sort of HCP prescribing authority. Did you receive any information that, again, that was causing any problems as far as the opioid epidemic?
We did not look at other states. Yep. For that particular issue.
Great. Then on page 18, under Department Findings and Recommendations, under Patient Access, the second bullet point, researchers forecast a shortage of ophthalmologists in the future to meet demands for eye care, which are expected to increase. So, assuming the opponents to this bill were the ophthalmologists, did they have solutions of how we're going to address that?
No, nothing specific. I mean, I think one of the suggestions that came up was referring differently than currently. So right now, I mean, I think you just sort of refer, but there are ophthalmologists that are specialty ophthalmologists who focus more on, acute needs, surgical, things that would require specialty surgery. And then there are general ophthalmologists who have more capacity to take on a range of procedures. And the referrals didn't always go to the right kind of ophthalmologist.
Any further questions? Seeing none, again, thank you very much. This was a lot of work and very helpful information.
Thank you. And I want to again thank Christina Lunner for her hard work on this.
Yes, thank you as well. Nice to meet you. And anything else from the committee in terms of further information, clarification? If not, I would entertain a motion. So what is so moved, Representative? So a motion to table by Representative Mastracchio, seconded by everybody but Representative Foley, I heard first. All those in favor? Did you get that, Edna? Okay, thank you. So that'll close the work session on LD 1803. And we will open the work session on LD 1890. This one at least is a little more straightforward.
So Edna is passing around the analysis on LD 1890. This is the bill that we heard carried over but had not yet had public hearing on. And you had a public hearing on this bill last week. The focus of the hearing was on an amended version of the original bill that Representative Foley brought forward prior to the public hearing. And so the analysis reflects the proposed amendment. Under current law, the establishment of a new healthcare facility other than a nursing facility must obtain a certificate of need before it is established if it requires a capital expenditure of more than $3 million. As proposed by the sponsor, the bill as amended would increase that threshold amount in statute to $5 million and also would require that beginning January 1 of 2027 and annually thereafter, the Commissioner of Health and Human Services be required to update the threshold amount for review to reflect the change in the United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Consumer Price Index for medical care services indexed with an effective date of January 1st each year. And I think as you heard at the public hearing, as proposed by the sponsor, Representative Foley was a member of the commission to evaluate the scope of regulatory review and oversight over healthcare transactions that impact the delivery of healthcare services in the state. And the amendment closely aligns with one of the unanimous recommendations of the commission. So I did attach for you as we go through this, if it's helpful, the chapter of statute in Title 22 that sets forth the Certificate of Need Act. But I think a couple of things, I guess, as you consider moving forward, you did not have any testimony at the public hearing in opposition to the bill. But there were some suggestions by proponents that the committee consider increasing the threshold proposed in the amendment, which is $5 million, to a higher level. The suggestions ranged from $7.5 million to $10 million, or possibly phasing in such an increase, maybe starting at 5, moving to 7.5, and then eventually getting to 10, or starting at 7.5 and moving up to 10. There have been some states that have recently amended their statutory provisions. I think Vermont was one that was particularly noted at the public hearing that recently changed their threshold to $10 million. As I mentioned, the effect of a higher threshold amount will be to remove the requirement for prior approval, a certificate of need for the establishment of new healthcare facilities, again, other than nursing facilities, if the anticipated construction cost is below the threshold. So the higher you increase the threshold amount, the more projects would not be required to obtain a certificate of need prior to the establishment or the creation of a new healthcare facility. And the definition of a new healthcare facility in the statute is broader than just ambulatory surgical facilities, for instance, which was, a focus of the original bill, but this would be broader than that to apply to all types of facilities. And lastly, I would note that as drafted, the proposal would require an annual update of the threshold amount to reflect the changes in the medical CPI, for instance, with an effective date of January 1st each year. At the public hearing, I think some of the talk focused on the January 2025 amounts, but the department has recently updated the threshold amounts for 2026. So the last page of the analysis is reflects the 2026 updates. So you'll see, that, which also I think was brought up at the public hearing with regard to the establishment of a new healthcare facility. That's the one category that the commission identified as having a sort of static statutory threshold. The other categories, a capital expenditure by a new or existing facility or hospital that has already obtained a certificate of need proposal, that has a statutory threshold, but has a requirement that it be updated on an annual basis. The purchasing of major medical equipment, that's automatically updated. The offering of new healthcare services that require capital expenditures, the acquisition of new technology, those categories are automatically updated. So you'll see in the middle column, the applicable threshold as of 1/1/2026, as determined by the Department of Health and Human Services. So that's there just for your information. The last thing I would note is we are going to have some additional discussion about the other recommendations that the commission made to the committee and make some, I think, initial decisions about whether the committee is interested in pursuing legislation to adopt or to propose legislation to implement some of those recommendations. And then finally, I think you have a representative of the Certificate of Need program online and available if you need them. And I don't know if, and Mr. Monteo's here too. So you have both in the room, but then the CON expert, Mr. Lawrence, is available online. Yes. If you have any further questions that Mr. Monteo is unable to answer. So I will stop there and I'm happy to answer any additional questions you have.
Great. Questions for Colleen or anyone else? Representative Pucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just calling on the last page when you've got the chart. I just don't really understand under the major medical equipment, the new health service, 3rd year incremental. What does that mean?
So if you look at, it's just the way that it's categorized as to when how the threshold is looked at. So if you look at and Mr. Monteo can maybe speak to that, or Rich more specifically, but it's just a matter of how it's defined. So if you look at the statute, it's really in the definitions and the acquisitions of major medical equipment and how they are, how the costs are determined as to whether or not it requires a certificate of need based on sort of the fair market value of the costs. And so that's on page 10, and the top of page 11 is sort of the definitions of that. And then if you look at the criteria, you'll also see there are some provisions for exemptions. There's different sections of statute that are noted in the chart as to how they determine kind of the threshold for which projects require a CON and which do not.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Phil Monteo, Director of Licensing, and Rich Lawrence, who is the head of the Certificate of Need program, is available online. I would ask that you want to consider bringing him on board, but Colleen was correct, and that's a key issue. Representative Clucci, with the new health service third year, is if a letter of intent of a new health service is approved or doesn't meet the threshold, and then we reevaluate after the third year and the money value has gone over, then it is subject to certificate of need review at that point. And I would ask Rich be pulled in because he is the expert.
Okay, do you
Yeah, could we
really
pull Rich Lawrence in?
do you really want to dive into this?
Well, what I'm just
for
trying,
this bill, what are you trying to
yeah, what I'm
understand?
just trying to understand is like, if we build a new if we were to build a new ambulatory service center and it's under the threshold, in 3 years, we look at it again and say, oh, actually, it's appreciated in value. And so that now
No,
we're gonna, okay, so what, I don't, that's, I'm just, I'm not
That's why I
understanding.
would suggest we,
Well,
Yeah,
and
that's a distinction between a new facility and a major medical, the purchase of major medical equipment. So all we're looking at is whether or not a CON approval, what the bill is proposing is whether or not CON approval would be required for the establishment of a new healthcare facility. And under current statute, that's a $3 million threshold, and it doesn't change over time. And the other categories do adjust over time, including the one you were asking about, the major medical equipment. But LD 1890 would increase that threshold from 3 million to 5 million as it's proposed, and then moving forward annually would require an adjustment to reflect the change in the medical services, consumer price index, to adjust that to account for changes in construction costs or some of the things that were raised at the public hearing. So if a new facility was built and 3 years down the road, they wanted to purchase some major medical equipment, that would be a separate determination as to whether or not that would be subject to certificate of need. But the initial building of the facility, you'd look at just how much it costs to build the facility and what that statutory threshold would be, and whether there'd be any opportunity to adjust that or, and what it would be.
That help answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, many more questions. Representative Mastracchio.
I just am trying to understand why we would want to inhibit ambulatory surgical centers when we know hospitals cost a lot more to stand up and to operate, and that there's a lot that they can do in those centers, and that this might be the answer to more rural areas. So I'm just wondering why we have a
Yeah, so,
limit.
so I think you're going into our discussion,
okay,
which is
sorry.
fine. While Mr. Montoya is up here, we could ask if we have questions for him.
I have a certificate of need question that I think I just didn't find the answer, or I didn't listen. Did they always include, when they first did certificate of need, did it only apply to like nursing homes and hospitals? Or were there ambulatory surgical centers when they first did it? Or was this an add-on? Do you know what I'm asking? This is just something, oh, let's put this in here because those are becoming a thing, but let's limit them because we want to make sure they're not going to compete.
I know what you're asking, Representative, but I don't know the historical reference. I would suggest that we pull Mr. Lawrence in. He's been with the certificate of need for a long time and may actually have the historical reference.
Okay, do you,
But
do you
I,
need that answer? Because we can pull him over. He can give you the history. That's important.
We're not gonna.
We might vote today. Okay.
Yep.
And if you could pull him over, please.
I do have, just for information purposes, and I can give to Edna to pass around, but we did pull from our Certificate of Need website. All of the reviews are public and posted. And to make it easier for you, I put in a table. From 2020 through 2025, we've had 16 Certificate of Need projects that have come before the Certificate of Need unit. Out of those 16, only 4 have been subject to a full review. 12 were not. And I got the information here that you can look at. Now, some of those are changes of ownership. And some of those are, as was referenced during the hearing, surgical ASC facilities within dental practice offices, for example, smaller facilities that did not meet the $3 million threshold.
Thank you. Yeah, Edna can pass that out.
He is the West representative.
Oh, right. All right. So Rich, if you're there and you can hear me, you have to turn on your camera and then unmute yourself, please. There we go.
There, how's that?
Well, we can hear you. We can't see you. Are you able?
That's probably a good thing.
All right. Did you hear the question from Representative Mastracchio about history of the CON?
Yes, and I came on board the program in 2012, and I believe ambulatory surgical facilities were under it at that time. So it's quite a history of having those programs covered by CON.
All right. Sure.
Well, before that, could they just build anything they wanted? I mean, I'm just trying to understand why they were included because it just, I mean, I guess I understand. I remember having a certificate of need, but it related to a nursing home in Sanford that was denied. And I know it was because they would compete with the other when we did not have a need. But I'm trying to understand at what point did they decide that you needed to prove that there was a need for an ambulatory surgical center? That's all. And you don't think it was before 2012?
It
No,
could have been.
It was before 2012.
It was way before that. It could have been back in the very beginning.
Yes, and I think really the rationale behind that is hospitals have to provide certain services at a loss, whereas ambulatory surgical facilities don't have as many restrictions and who they have to serve, that type of thing. Probably Bill, as a licensing guy, can speak more to that, but I think it was just a desire not to negatively impact hospital providers by just opening up the whole state to ASCs without a review.
Thank you.
Senator Baldacci.
Oh, am I?
Please turn that on.
We should be okay.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you. So I think the certificate of needs goes back to the 1980s. Isn't that correct?
To at least 2002 that I'm aware of.
Okay. I think it goes back even further than that.
It could. It's very possible.
Okay.
Before my time.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. And then I think that the $3 million limit probably is also 20 years old, or how old is that $3 million limit?
It's old.
2011. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I am, I'm not a medical expert. And I don't play one on TV, but I just wanted to ask, what harm would it be if we raised it to 5 million or 7 million or 8 million? I mean, doesn't make, even if you added inflation from 2010, you'd be talking probably at least 5 or 6 million.
Yes.
That all came out at the public hearing.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm just asking this gentleman what is the harm to raising it? Is there a harm in your viewpoint?
I don't think there's a harm with the proposed bill to raise that to the 5 million.
Yeah, if I may add, Senator, we've done a look at this, and that's why the sheet I had you, we really focused on ambulatory surgical centers because that was the focus of the original bill. And determined that increasing it from 3 to 5 actually makes sense. It doesn't have a negative impact. But when you start to go beyond that, what you impact that we haven't looked at is how does that impact the main care services and the cost associated with main care? And there needs to be an analysis with that. Part of the certificate of need, when you look at the intent, is really looking at the impact to main care and Medicaid.
Well, it's trying to control costs in a broad way. It's trying to say that unneeded programs aren't going to happen. We're trying to control costs. That was the whole purpose of certificate of needs.
And it also allows for main care to be aware of projects that are being built and undergone in order to budget appropriately for that. So
Okay.
when you increase the dollar amount, say you were to go to 10 million or 15 million, what you do is you take away the ability for main care to get appropriate allocations to fund what is going to be coming for that approval. And that's what we haven't analyzed is what is that impact going to be?
And what is the process for trying to analyze it?
That's main care.
No, I know, I'm familiar, but I mean, do you have any idea, is it 90 days they can do that, or is it a month, a year?
I honestly don't know, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Foley?
Thank you. I think, the advantage may be to main care. Because what we've seen in the analysis, a knee replacement at a surgical center is 58% less than at a hospital. So the chances are that an ambulatory surgical center is going to be less than what main care already pays at a hospital. So I think trying to think that it's detrimental to main care, it may be a positive to main care. And I think that's, something that we've seen in the analysis that I looked at is, that's why, the bill doesn't talk about who the payers are. It could be anybody. It doesn't really matter. But none of the certificate of need has any payer requirements in them. So, I think that, it's likely that, between main care and Medicare, this could be a benefit to those services as well as the private payers, I think.
Okay, further questions for Mr. Montoya? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along those lines that Rep. Foley was talking about, we got data from Anthem that just showed the price differences from the ambulatory surgery centers and hospitals, both in Maine and New Hampshire. And it does seem like the ambulatory surgery centers are a lot lower. So is what Rep. Foley sort of opining that it could be cheaper for main care, and we're seeing that the rates are a lot lower. Is that true, or is there some other sort of calculation? Because you talked about main care has to put in a certain amount of money or something. What? Just help me
The
understand.
concern I have with that, I've seen what you're referring to, Representative Clucci, and the concern I have with that is I don't know from that table if you're really looking at apples to apples comparison or apples to orange comparison. Because what is the environment in which the facility is located? Cost of living, expenses within that area, what's the impact? There's a lot more to the cost associated and what the provider's billing. It would be no different than saying Joe's Towing is charging this and ABC Towing is charging that. So therefore we have to look at Joe's Towing, it was cheaper, and say that's the model we want to look at. I need to know more about that analysis to really give you a response, about is that comparison really and truly an apples to apples comparison? And I am not the subject matter expert.
Okay, further questions? Representative Olson.
Yeah, I guess what I'm missing there is main care's rates are based off of Medicaid rates. Medicaid rates are based from CMS. CMS rates ACUs differently than hospitals. The ACU rates are lower than the hospital rates. So if you have additional ACUs and they're following their mode, which is following the Medicaid requirements, it's going to be less expensive for them.
And again, I think I would need, I would defer to somebody from Main Care because I don't know. Some facilities, nursing homes, hospitals have a cost settlement process where they can be reimbursed under Medicaid rules for certain costs that beyond the payment. I don't know if that's part of the issue with the ambulatory surgical centers or not. If they take Medicaid clients, if they could cost settle some of the, get a Medicaid or Main Care to cover some of the interest charges on their notes. That is not my area of expertise, and I don't see if Rich is still on, he would know that but that's part of his preliminary analysis is looking at the payer mix and the utilization as well as the costs.
Thank you. Further questions? So it sounds like the department's position is they're okay with the increase to 5 million, but you haven't had an opportunity to look at a further increase and or an incremental increase. I mean, one of the suggestions was to go up to 7.5 million and then up to 10 million over time. I don't know that we specified what that time looked like, but it sounds like you have not looked at that proposal.
We have not. We looked at the amendment
Right.
and Rich has done his review of that. But we have not looked at, if you're increasing it beyond that and really under the language in the bill, as Colleen's pointed out, it applies to more than ambulatory surgical. We would need the opportunity to really look at that and look at the impact because Rich's position and the certificate of need is funded solely by revenues generated from the certificate of need reviews. So if we lose a substantial amount of that revenue and how it impacts costs associated with Main Care, which we would have to have that discussion with Main Care before we could, say we fully agree to anything further than that. So
And
5
again-
million, we're fine.
Yeah, and how long would that review take?
I would ask for at least 2 weeks.
Okay. Further questions for the department? I'll just say either Rich or Mr. Montoya, Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize if this question has already been answered, so I'll ask it very quickly. In terms of a certificate of need process for an ambulatory care facility, a private one, that one is being privately built and managed, is there any requirement that they accept X amount of Main Care patients to become licensed under the certificate of need, or is that completely separate?
Licensure is separate. There's
I don't mean licensure, if they get their certificate of need.
No, that's not a requirement of the certificate of need.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Rich, if you're still there. All right, so discussion, or does the committee need more information? I probably already showed my hand. I would like to get input in terms of doing it incrementally. I am interested in getting up to the 10 million and doing it in increments, but I would like to hear back from the department of the effect on that. So just letting committee members know that's where I'm thinking. But Representative Flynn, did you?
Just so we'll be hearing this again in a couple weeks?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's why I'd asked that question. I was hoping it would be a short amount of time, and 2 weeks isn't too bad. So Representative Mastracchio.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with that, and I would really appreciate waiting to be able to see that information because I think I don't want to do too little.
Yeah, so the only thing I need to clarify in terms of, I didn't hear, but maybe it's just that I didn't hear it. So others, if you heard it, I didn't understand the time period to do the step up. I mean, I'm thinking 2 years, but I don't know if that's reasonable, unreasonable. The reason I like the idea of kind of doing it incrementally is to just kind of make sure again that we didn't open something that suddenly we have 25 new ASCs in Portland and nowhere else. Which, it kind of defeats the whole purpose. And so I want to give time to kind of see what happens when we go up to 7.5 million. And then, you know, if the world's not ending, people aren't bringing problems to not to me, I won't be here that long, but then, you know, it would go up to 10 million.
So
So
you were proposing start out at 7.5 for 2 years, amend the bill from 5 to 7.5 and say, stay there for 2 years, and then after that point, move to 10?
that's what I was saying.
That what you're
but
thinking?
But I'm open to
Okay.
other suggestions.
Just, I think that would be helpful for them in terms of,
Yes. Yeah.
developing an analysis, so,
Yep.
okay.
Is that what others were thinking? Okay, Representative Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking along the lines of that same incremental increase, but then also build in a provision where it automatically increases to the medical
Yeah.
CPI.
Yes.
Can we get,
Yeah,
can we get a
that's-
chart on what that's been historically, say over 5 years, the medical CPI versus the straight CPI?
Oh, I can get that for you,
Thank
like
you.
what the increases have
Yes.
been. You can see what the increase is now in 2026, and I can show you what it was in 2025 to see what the threshold, how the thresholds have increased, but I can get you the comparison of the
Right, thank you,
CPI
Colleen.
to
Appreciate
medical
that.
CPI, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Representative Flynn. That is what I meant too. I didn't
Yeah.
want those numbers to be static.
So after,
forward.
yeah, after 2 years, it's at 10, but then thereafter, every year it's updated like the other, yes, categories.
I just will note, Representative Flynn, when I did my analysis, looking at from 2012 to 2025, the average over that period of time was 3.9%. Some years it was higher, some years lower, but it was 3.9 over that period. Just for your information.
Thank you. All right, Representative Clucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have in my notes that we should be looking at expanding existing facilities as well when we do this, right? Like changing the dollar amount for existing facilities. Does anybody, I had that in my notes.
Well,
But it also-
that's already automatically.
But it said that that one's tied to inflation already,
It is.
right? And so that one's up to 14 million.
Correct.
Right.
So I'm actually curious if we think that an existing facility could add $14 million of capacity, why wouldn't we allow a new facility to add $14 million of capacity?
And again, that one is already, it's a base rate of 10 and it's because it's been going up for CPI, but
But I mean, I was sort of putting that out to the committee. I don't really understand why we would.
Well, that,
Why
that
would-
applies both to that applies to all facilities, including hospitals.
right.
So it's broader than the category that we're talking about. So I think that's maybe one factor why that's was a higher amount to begin with in terms of the expansion of the existing facilities, but those are all, policy questions that you can consider, adding that additionally if you wanted to, I suppose.
Okay, and then I had another question, just sort of to the committee. In terms of what you had said, Senator Bailey, about if we move too quickly and all of a sudden we have, 10 additional facilities in Portland and none anywhere else. Like, okay, what, help me understand why that's bad. Help me understand what that does to prices and what it does for patient access, not only in Portland, but around the state. Because I'm not sure I understand what the ramifications are if you have all of a sudden too much capacity when the state hasn't actually had to pay anything to create that capacity.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is patient access, that again, the inclination, which I understand for these facilities is to build them where most of the people are, right? But that means the rest of the state doesn't have those services and everyone has to travel to Portland from Millinocket. So it's that balance. And again, maybe people, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, as this goes up, doesn't see that as a problem. But again, a certificate of need, we're talking about where are we putting the limit for a threshold? So if we increase the limit, that means less facilities have to go through the certificate of need process and they can just build automatically. So, again, if they go through the certificate of need process, again, if you already have 25 in Portland and they want to build a new one, if they have to go through the certificate of need process, they're probably going to be denied, and say, we don't need another one of those in Portland, but if you want to build up in Millinocket, that'd probably be great. So that is my concern that again, I have no problem getting to 10 million, but the reason I liked the idea that a number of people suggested that we do it incrementally instead of just jumping to 10 million. I mean, the bill started out at 5 million, so, we're doing even more than that, which I understand and am in agreement with. So Representative Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to answer the question, in Dr. Walton's report that I gave you copies of, you'll find that in New Hampshire, when they eliminated the certificate of need for ambulatory surgical centers, the biggest expansion was in the rural parts of the state. Grafton County was the biggest expansion, and that's up in the northwestern corner by Canada and Vermont, is where they had a significant amount. And what the analysis says is that what happens is that they look for the underserved areas where people have to normally travel a long distance and have to wait a long period of time to get the surgery, that by bringing these into those areas, they find a lot quicker service and it serves the public even more. So, I mean, that's the data that he found in his analysis. So I just wanted to share that they did find it more expansive in the, in the rural areas, especially if you look at it from a market perspective. If you put 10 in Portland, you're not going to make it. But if you put 1 in Skowhegan, you're probably going to do pretty good. So that would be the business analysis that somebody would make. But that was what
And I
Dr. Walton
sincerely
found.
hope that is what
Yeah,
happens.
yeah, I agree.
As an aside, though, having grown up in the real rural parts of New Hampshire, Grafton County is kind of borderline. Grafton County is like Bangor, okay? I go from Coas County. That's the real rural part.
I think you
So-
did manage COAS as well. I'll have to look.
Okay. Well, they got nothing there. Representative Pucci.
I'm just still trying to understand how, if we know that throughout the state, people are having a difficult time scheduling appointments and they're waiting a long period of time, isn't it, even if they have to travel 3 hours, but they can travel 3 hours, but they don't have to wait, 9 months. Isn't that still beneficial? And when we talk about access, I guess I just struggle. I understand in part what you're saying, but I also I'm thinking about housing. If somebody wants, we're in a housing crisis in Maine, and say 30 new $1 million homes were built in a small town. Yeah, there's not that many people who live in that town that could afford them, but still the fact that there's 30 new $1 million homes is going to reduce the pressure. There's just more housing available. And so in theory, it should be bringing prices down on the other houses. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand the disconnect or the rationale of we're going to not let you build because we think not letting you build is going to, or make you go through this cumbersome process before you build because we think that's actually going to increase people's willingness to build. I guess that's what I've never really fully understood certificate need and why it's beneficial at meeting the goals, I guess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to do my best, but so I think that's at the heart of the debate nationally around certificate of need is, does it really do what it's supposed to do or not? But in Maine, the purpose is really to contain costs to the state. So patient access is not factored in, or how quickly someone can get to the doctor is not the point of certificate of need. It's not the focus of, it's not what it's designed to do. And then to this question about if an ASC were to be built and decide that we're going to take main care, there is a process where some of their costs could be paid by main care, and Bill is better at this than me, and I almost didn't say anything because this would come up in 2 weeks when we get this information from them, I'm sure. But so like if an ASC is going to build and they're going to accept main care, maybe some of their loan interest can be paid by main care. And again, certificate of need is strictly looking at the cost to the state. And that was one of the things we really struggled with on the commission, was that's the focus. So that's a really narrow focus when we have all these other issues.
Okay, further discussion? And I would entertain a motion if there isn't. Representative Matheson?
I make a motion to table.
Right, is there a second? Second by Representative Arkford. All those in favor? Table, yeah. And again, that's to allow the department to get us that information.
Building on the big work session Wednesday.
Yes, we sure are. We sure are. Yes. All right, so that closes the work session on 1890. Open the work session on LD 1970. And I think we have a proposed amendment. Great.
This morning.
If you're getting up, you want to open our window there? Some air?
I don't know. You have to ask. It's not an automatic.
I'm sorry. All right, you have it open.
Just wait.
The window over there. You okay? It is warm and I'm not usually warm, so that's why.
It's uniform.
Yep. Is it? Wow. Nice.
Okay. So LD 1970 is a bill that was reported out of committee at the end of last session. It was a divided report. Majority of the committee supported an amendment, 12 members, and 1 member voted not to pass. But at the end of the session, it was recommitted to HCIFS, excuse me, and then carried over. My understanding is that there were, when the amendment was reported out on the floor, there were some additional concerns about the language, and the committee members opted to recommit the bill to the committee and carry it over. Over the interim, the sponsor, Representative Osher, worked with stakeholders on some revised language that would be acceptable and address the concerns that were raised. Representative Osher did work on an amendment. She is here this morning, if you, or this afternoon, if you want to hear from her, and was able to share a proposed amendment that my understanding reflected the consensus of the stakeholders. She shared an amendment, and what I did is put it together all in one document so the committee could see it together. Because the committee amendment last session was sort of an amendment that was sort of cutting and pasting, going into the original bill and making some changes. So you couldn't see all the changes in the entirety of the committee amendment. It was, go into this line and make a change, and go into this line and make a change, but keep this section of the original bill. So I took the amendment that she shared and put together an amendment so that you could see as a kind of a complete strike and replace of the original legislation. And so that's what you have before you on the buff colored sheet. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but essentially the amendment would replace the bill. It clarifies that an HIV test may be undertaken with the patient's informed consent. It removes some language in the existing law that seem to require a patient to authorize disclosure of a confidential HIV test to a designated healthcare provider in writing. And it also retains a provision that was in the original bill, providing that disclosure of information in a patient's medical record for the purposes of seeking insurance reimbursement for HIV testing is not precluded. So the first section is that change that I mentioned to remove a requirement that an authorization from a patient to disclose what would be an otherwise confidential HIV test to a designated healthcare provider removes that restriction that it must be in writing. Section 2 is sort of the substantive provisions that were in and raised some of the questions, I think, from the original committee amendment. As I mentioned, it sort of recasts the requirements in the statute, but it essentially provides that an HIV test must be voluntary and undertaken only with the patient's informed consent. It requires that information on the meaning of a positive and negative HIV test result must be made available to patients. Patients must be provided an opportunity to ask questions either orally and writing. Reflects a provision that allows or that does not require the consent of a minor's parent or legal guardian to perform an HIV test. A patient has the right to decline an HIV test, and the patient declines an HIV test. The healthcare provider shall document that in their medical record. And it requires that results of the test must be provided to the healthcare provider that ordered the test. And then section 3 of the proposed amendment, as I mentioned, just provides that the section would not preclude disclosure of information in a medical record for the purposes of seeking insurance reimbursement. And I'll stop there. And as I mentioned, the sponsor is here if you'd like to hear from her.
Okay, great. Thank you. Questions for Colleen? Representative Clucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleen, I don't know if it's a typo or if I'm just not understanding. The first sentence under section 1(2), designated healthcare provider, to a healthcare provider designated by the subject of a test. I don't know, what is that?
Original provision. The
Okay.
original provision of the statute. So this is just amending a subsection.
Right.
At the beginning of that section, it starts out, HIV tests are confidential except as provided in this section. And so there's a colon there, and then it's sort of, that's why it's not a full sentence, if that's what you're asking about.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
Yeah, it's just the way the statute is structured. So it says, HIV tests essentially are confidential unless unless it's, disclosed to somebody else. And so subsection 1 allows it to be disclosed to so-and-so, and subsection 2 allows it to be shared to under existing law, a designated healthcare provider by the subject of the test in writing. And then what we're doing is just striking out that requirement that it be provided in writing.
So this is essentially saying, I got my test and I say, you can share that with my primary care provider.
Yeah, or
Thank you.
another member of the healthcare team.
Okay.
And it removes the requirement that, I think some, as I understand it, some stakeholders thought that the written requirement might be a barrier to allowing the test to be shared among members of a person's medical team. And so that's why this was, as I understand it, this change was suggested.
Okay, further questions? Representative Foley.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Colleen, do you remember, I know we had a discussion about the consent of a minor parent or legal guardian. I'm trying to remember why we thought that was okay.
Because there already are existing statutory provisions separate from this that allow that. And this is just kind of restating that. That's my
Thanks.
understanding. Yep. Yeah.
Further questions, discussion? Further information people need? Representative Matheson.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended.
Okay. And seconded by Representative Clucci. Further discussion? Seeing none. Edna, you want to call the roll?
Thank you. Senator Bailey.
Yes.
Senator Bailey, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Alford.
Yes.
Representative Alford, yes. Representative Boyer.
Yes.
Representative Boyer, yes. Representative Shabino.
No.
Representative Shabino, no. Representative Clucci.
Yes.
Representative Clucci, yes. Representative Flynn. Representative Foley.
Yes.
Representative Foley, yes. Representative Mastracchio.
Yes.
Representative Mastracchio, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Olson.
Yes.
Representative Olson, yes. 9 members of the committee haven't voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative.
Oops. Representative Lindy, would you like to vote on this or do you want to wait? This is LD 1970. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I can wait a
Okay,
minute.
you
Yeah,
can
thanks.
register it later. Thanks. All right, so
And just to double check, Representative Jamino, you voted last session, ONTP, same? Okay, yeah, just to confirm. Thank you.
okay. So the vote was 9-1 on the ought to pass as amended, and the 1 opposes ought not to pass. Very good. So we'll close the work session on LD 1970. And then our last order of business. Second to last.
Informational item at the very end.
You're always sticking things
I
in there. Huh? All right.
All right. Here we go. So the last thing I think we're going to talk about is a follow-up to the presentation of the commission report from last session. And Edna did create a folder for you, which may be in your little desks underneath that should have a copy of the commission's report and the information that was shared last week, which included some suggested legislation. So hopefully folks have it. This is the Healthcare Commission, Oversight Commission. So the report hopefully is under there and you can see it. Thank you. I didn't make additional copies of the report again for you, but what I did do is pulled out in pink all of the recommendations that were included in the commission's report and noted kind of if there were any you might recall at the last at the presentation by Representative Boyer and Senator Tipping, they did ask for the preparation of suggested draft legislation for a few of the recommendations. So I included some notes on that for you that hopefully will be helpful.
Colleen, if you could just give people a moment. There's
I
still
will.
some people who are trying to find their copy of the report.
I found it's in mine was in another folder, so.
There, yeah, manila folder perhaps, that's hopefully where it would be.
Yeah, it's one of those, one of your recommendations. Yeah.
I have, do you need one? Because I have an extra.
No.
You got
I
it?
got the pictures.
Oh, okay, so I have
I was
extras. Okay.
I don't need to relive that. No disparaging to my chair, but.
All right, is everybody all set? Okay, go ahead, Colleen. Thank you.
So you might remember, when we talked last time, the resolve that created the commission included a provision that authorized the committee to submit proposed legislation based on the commission's recommendations. So the committee has authority to report out legislation to the second regular session, if you choose to implement any statutory recommendations that the commission has proposed to you. The process for that typically is that the committee takes a straw vote, demonstrates that there's a majority support among the committee members to submit legislation. And then legislation is developed and printed. And most often, I guess for transparency purposes, I would recommend that the committee have a bill be printed, referred back to HCIFS or another committee if the legislature chooses, for the purpose of having a public hearing and getting input on the proposed recommendation. The committee could theoretically report a bill out directly to the floor if you so chose to do that. But I think that potentially limits the ability of the public to weigh in and have a sort of full vetting of the proposal. So I think if any of these recommendations you would like to see developed into legislation, my recommendation would be to have that that process followed, where a bill would be drafted, an LD number would be given to it. It would be, appear on the calendar, and the legislature would recommend a committee of jurisdiction for that legislation. You could go forward with proposed legislation. So given the shortened time frame of the session, I think it was important to schedule the committee's discussion or start the committee's discussion about whether or not you want to pursue legislation to allow the committee to have enough time for the bills to be drafted and presented back in public hearing schedule. So the commission's report really categorized their recommendations into 4 buckets, if you will. There were 3 recommendations that related to potential changes to the Certificate of Need program. There were 3, and I think there's some doubling. I apologize. I think, yeah, you're missing a sheet, so there's a problem with the copying. Unfortunately.
Yeah, we have 2 duplicates.
You have 2 of the page ones, so that's an issue. So I'm gonna ask Edna to make copies of the page 2. Apologize for that.
No worries.
Impressive. Copy those. They don't have to be pink, Edna, just white. So there were the Certificate of Need recommendations. There were recommendations related to the regulatory oversight of healthcare transactions. And there were recommendations related to a broader scope. And so I'm just now making sure that we've got them all here.
3, 2, and 4.
This might be all messed up. You need to page 2, so I hope I gave her page 2. When she comes back, because it is all messed up. Anyway, but I think we can focus on the first 3, which are Certificate of Need. You just talked about LD 1890, which I think really reflects the first recommendation fairly closely of what the commission recommended. So I don't really think the committee needs to take any action with regard to the first recommendation, which proposed to make some changes to the monetary threshold. The second recommendation was to codify some voluntary guidance that was developed by the Department of Health and Human Services, the Division of Licensing and Certification, to require that hospitals provide at least 120 days prior notice to the division of a permanent closure of a hospital's labor and delivery unit or of a change in the level of care a hospital provides for maternity and newborn services. This was one of the recommendations that the chairs had me develop draft legislation for the committee's consideration, and that was shared at the presentation. If you had all that information, it would be on yellow in your folders. So that is one where there is some proposed legislation, and the voluntary guidance was included as Appendix C of the commission's report. The 120 days, I think, reflects what is in the voluntary guidance, but it's voluntary guidance. While some entities have been following the guidance, it's not a statutory requirement, and the commission was unanimous in this recommendation that the legislature consider making that statutory.
Okay, so we're not finding the proposed draft legislation in yellow that you referred to. At least I'm not.
It was handed out with our commission folder.
It should be with the report and in the folder, but yeah, it may have just gotten messed up. Again, I gave you the wrong page, so why didn't give you the right?
I have the.
That's my
Yeah,
fault.
but there was last week. We had
just want me to go?
I know, it's me. It's me. It's me.
You want me to go?
Yeah, do we want the legislation copy too? Do we want to take a break to get both of them
Maybe
done?
just get our folders for that. Not sure where those
Because
are.
they're missing them.
Yes,
You want to do that too? Okay.
yes.
Can we take a 5-minute and then we'll get everything in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's take a break.
Yes, or 10
Thank you.
minutes? Yeah, yes, let's do that.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yep.
No worries.
So just quickly, the orange salmon colored sheets are really just a compilation of the responses that the committee has received to some of our ought not to pass letters. All of these have been shared with you individually electronically, but I did think it would be helpful to hand them out to everybody, just so you know if you haven't seen them in your email, so you could have a hard copy. But I attached for you both the response and the letter that the committee sent to the parties. So we have a response from the Bureau of Insurance with regard to LD 520, LD, I think I made another mistake, I'm sorry to say. The second one is with regard to LD 1688, not LD 805, I apologize, but it's a response from the Board of Licensure in Medicine with regard to the bill related to continuing education related to certain infection-associated chronic conditions. The board did create a CME course, so you'll see the response from the board on page 7 of the salmon colored sheet. And then with regard to LD 1470, you'll see the response from Central Maine Power starting on page 11. And the committees, you also received a letter from the Public Utilities Commission about the extent to which they have authority over these types of incidents, and the committee's letter. But I wanted to just sort of close the loop so you know that you've gotten, responses from all of these folks to the committee's letters with regard to when the committee has done sort of the ought not to pass letter. With regard to LD 805, which was the resolve to the Board of Licensure in Medicine and the Board of Osteopathic Licensure to conduct a study regarding the feasibility of combining these boards. We did just receive a report from them, which Edna will hand out at the end today. It's in those binders over there. It's like 490 pages with a lot, and the first 40 pages are sort of the work of the stakeholder group, and then there's a lot of appendices for you to look at. But they gave you everything, and I think it would be useful for the committee to perhaps schedule a time for Tim Terranova and Rachel to come back and have a presentation, because there are some statutory changes that they would recommend if you want to move forward with legislation to combine those two boards, either this session or in the future. So I think it would be useful to schedule them to come for a presentation. So I will share the electronic copy with you. You're happy to take one with you now today if you like in hard copy, but I guess I would just ask when we do schedule that presentation, make sure you bring it back because we only have those copies there. So I did want to point out that that's also here, and we received that report back. There are a number of others where the committee has, in their letters, asked for responses back by January 15th. There were a few that are a little later in February, and February 1st and February 15th. So as they start to come in, I'll be sure to share them with you, but I wanted to make sure you had hard copies of these. So that's sort of it for your information. I don't think you have to do anything further with that, but I just wanted to make sure you had hard copies of it. So.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. We're ready to go back to the
Yes.
pink sheet, which I think has been corrected now. And then you should also have on white, Edna made additional copies of the proposed legislation, and the voluntary guidance, codifying the voluntary guidance was the subject of one of the pieces of draft legislation that the commission chairs had pre-drafted for the committee's consideration. So you'll see that on page 1 and 2 of the white sheet, if the committee is interested in moving forward with a bill. So I don't know if you want to go through all these, do them all as groups. There was a third recommendation with regard to the CON program, and that was also a unanimous recommendation of the commission to add criteria to the criteria that the department must consider during a CON review, to include consideration of a proposal's impact on affordability and accessibility of healthcare for all Maine consumers, and to provide any additional resources needed to implement the expanded scope of review. And this goes to, I think, part of what Representative Boyer was mentioning earlier, that the focus in part in terms of looking at costs under the CON program, as the commission learned, I think was focusing, had a focus particular to any budgetary impact on the main care program. And I think the recommendation from the commission's perspective, as I understood it, was to expand the scope of review to look at whether a proposed project that was being reviewed under CON, what impact that might have on affordability and accessibility for other people who are covered by other types of insurance and had other costs. So to broaden that, sort of add that as an additional criteria that they would be looking at during the CON review process. So those were the three recommendations. And as I said, I think you've already addressed the first one through LD 1890. So if the committee was interested in moving forward with legislation, the process really would be a straw vote. I'm happy to, I don't know if you want to go through them all or take them as each kind of category of
I think each
recommendations.
category makes sense. So is everyone in the committee in agreement that with LD 1890, we don't need to do anything with the first one? We have a vehicle, we're addressing it, discussing it. Okay. And so the second one is, there is the draft bill to codify the voluntary guidance developed by the department. Any discussion on that? Representative Clucci?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to ask the question with like full good, not passing any judgment or anything, just like, do we think that this is going to actually be helpful? Like, because we have this voluntary guidance, like, are hospitals sort of already doing this, or is this really going to make a difference? So I guess let me
codifying it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
just,
Representative Boyd.
I know you recommended it, so I am assuming that that's the case, but it just.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I don't need to, I mean, Colleen also could answer, so I guess it's a preference, but I mean, however you want to do it. But I think that what we learned in the commission was that not all this was voluntary guidance, so it was not always being followed. Sometimes it was being followed and sometimes it wasn't. It may not change the outcome, but I think what we heard the public felt was that they didn't get enough notice. And transparency.
Thank you. Okay. Further discussion, and again, remember, we're just voting whether to report out a bill, not necessarily the bill itself, but is everyone ready to? Representative Clucci?
No, I'd say, yeah, let's include it.
So all
Is that what you were looking for? I'll just turn my mic off. I'll wait for you.
We'll get there. We'll get a rhythm. So all those in favor of reporting out a bill to codify the voluntary guidance developed by the department, the first piece of draft legislation, raise your hand, please. It only has to be a straw vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so certainly a majority of the committee agrees. So that will become a bill. And then the next one is expanding the criteria considered during the con review. There's no draft legislation on that. And why is that?
We just didn't, we just didn't have that. Was it suggested by the chairs to do? We didn't draft all the recommendations as legislation as part of the report. I think the commission was deferring to the committee as to whether or not that would be done. It wouldn't be a heavy lift in terms of drafting the legislation because there's already a provision in the CON law that sets out the criteria. It would just be adding it as a new paragraph.
Okay.
If you wanted to do that.
So it's not that different.
I could show you, you have the copy of the CON statute in your packet for LD 1890, so I could show you where it would be, but that's what it would look like if you wanted to move forward with doing it. I'll defer to Representative Boyer as to why the commission chairs asked us to draft some, but not others.
No, that's okay.
If there's something she wanted to add about that.
So what is?
But it was unanimous of the commission members.
Yes, to recommend that. Yes. discussion, thoughts on that one? Representative Olson.
My fear is that we add interminable delay to anything being done by doing that, unless, I mean,
Well,
depending on
again,
how.
remember, we're just
I
discussing whether we
understand that,
should.
but I mean, it gets
report a
to the
bill.
level of whether
Yeah.
we should report it out. If we think it's a bad thing to report out, then, but I guess we'd have to look and see exactly what we say, but in work sections and whatnot, but I think it's got some inherent problems in it.
Yes. I mean, it really comes down to whether you think there's merit to having a bill and having a public hearing and getting the input on the merits of the bill.
Right.
Because that's what would happen, obviously. So we would hear the pros and cons.
Yeah, I think the part of the commission's discussion was, one of the things that the committee would have to suss out, I think, as part of the discussion would be, how would you define affordability? How would you define accessibility? And sort of what would, if there should be any specific, guidance on what those things would mean and how the CON program would determine it. And I think the benefit of having, if you chose to move forward, that's the kind of thing that you would get input on at a public hearing.
Right. Representative Arford.
This is a question for. Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a question for either or. Where can I find what that criteria is that could be potentially added on in another bill to the con review process? You just said that you did determine what the criteria would be. No, you didn't. You just decided unanimously it would be a good idea to add additional criteria.
Go ahead, Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in favor, if Colleen says it's not a hard lift, I'm in favor of looking at a bill that might attempt to address CON addressing this issue.
Representative Arford. Okay. Further discussion. I mean, I think it's worthwhile looking at adding affordability and accessibility, and hearing from all interested parties, obviously, that would come through the public hearing process. So I'm going to support it. Further discussion. So all those in favor of reporting out a bill on the affordability and accessibility added to con. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did you get, how many did you get? 10. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, as long as it's a majority. Yes, Representative Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think it's important that people realize that we're only talking about putting a bill together. This
Exactly.
is not, we vote to put a bill together. We're not saying we support that, because I think it's important that at the public hearing, you'll hear a lot, even on the 120 days, you're going to hear a lot of information that the committee heard,
right,
but that the public wasn't really a participant. So I think that's really the benefit of making legislation, to at least have that public input.
I agree. All right, next section.
So the next category, there were some recommended changes related to the regulatory oversight over healthcare transactions. The first one, this also was a unanimous recommendation of the committee. I don't think it would take much to draft. As well, there are some existing requirements under federal law that require healthcare entities that are subject of pending merger or acquisition have to notify the Federal Trade Commission in accordance with federal law and regulations. There's not a corresponding requirement in the state law to require notice to the Attorney General. And so there was a suggestion made as part of the presentations made to the commission by the Attorney General's office, noted that that was not a statutory requirement. There is a broader uniform law that would require entities in all industries to provide notice to state attorney generals when noted at the same time that they would provide notice to the FTC. The commission's recommendation is just focused on healthcare entities, but if there were any pending mergers and acquisitions where Maine-based healthcare entities would be required to send a notice of that pending merger or acquisition to the FTC. The recommendation would be to put in place a statutory requirement that at the same time they notify the FTC, they notify the state attorney general.
So CC the AG.
It's basically.
Already being done.
Yes.
Thoughts.
And this was also unanimous.
Okay,
You'll see where they weren't unanimous
thank you.
in italics.
All right, so any discussion, questions? All those in favor of reporting out a bill on this issue? That looks unanimous. Okay, next one.
So this one, I think, they're kind of related, but this next, recommendation was that healthcare entities provide notice to the state. The commission didn't settle on a recommendation as to which state regulator would be required to receive the notice, but that there be a notice provided of a transaction between a healthcare entity and a private equity company, hedge fund, or management services organization. When a private equity company, hedge fund, or MSO acquires a majority ownership interest in a healthcare entity or takes operational control over a healthcare entity. I would say that the notice requirement is incorporated into the next recommendation, which was not a unanimous recommendation, but there was a majority recommendation of the commission members. They split 7-6, but to require or develop legislation on a broader regulatory process that would include both notice and sort of a more substantive review and approval of certain transactions involving healthcare entities and private equity companies, hedge funds, or management service organizations when they acquire a majority ownership interest or take control. So I guess if the committee is interested in, I would say, moving forward with a bill that is broader to incorporate the regulatory process, it would necessarily include a notice. And
we
then
don't
you
need
could
a separate
decide
bill.
later whether or not you wanted to just focus on notice as opposed to the broader process. So these are kind of, I think, go together in a way. And the regulatory process for review, you do have some draft legislation that was shared with the committee, starting on page 3 of the white that Edna copied for you. And this is sort of a more narrower version of LD 1972, I would say, which the committee considered last session, but simply just focusing on only those transactions where a hedge fund, a private equity company, or a management services organization is taking a majority ownership interest or operational control over a healthcare entity.
So we should probably vote on the second one.
I think
first.
that's right. And that,
Yeah.
and that was, as I mentioned, a 7-6 split of the members that did take a vote on that. So it was a majority, but a slim one.
All right, so discussion of the recommendation at the top of page 2, which would be the process and the notice. Representative Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in favor of this one. We did hear during the commission, Mr. Monteo say that the certificate of need process, they struggle with incremental changes that then lead to a majority ownership interest. And also I specifically asked Mr. Monteo about a transaction that was taking place here with private equity, and they had been fined 2 times by the Department of Justice. And he said that, certificate of need doesn't look at that because those are closed. So I do think that there is a need for oversight that is outside of the certificate of need program or adjacent to it. And that's just my 2 cents. So I'm hoping a bill can go forward.
Okay. Further discussion. All right, so all those in favor of reporting out a bill on this one? Okay, so that looks like a majority. So then we don't need to do the one at the bottom of page 1 because it's subsumed.
Yep.
Okay.
And this is somewhat related as well, when we look at the next bucket of recommendations, which is specifically looking at the role of private equity investment in healthcare. The first one was a unanimous recommendation of the commission, and this sought to, as opposed to sort of an adjacent process that Representative Boyer described to CON, would be to incorporate as part of CON, when there is a change of ownership of a healthcare entity, to task the department with reviewing and analyzing the extent to which the ownership structure involves private equity or real estate investment trusts, require that the department contract with a consultant to review and investigate the prior activities and conduct of the private equity company or real estate investment trust, authorize the department more explicitly to consult with the Attorney General on these issues, and broaden the department's authority to pose conditions on an applicant and to conduct subsequent reviews following a conditional approval of an applicant for CON. So one of the requirements for CON is when there is a change of ownership or control of a healthcare entity. And this would kind of add as an element of the review, a specific focus on the extent to which private equity or a real estate investment trust was involved in that change in ownership. Okay. So I'm not sure, again, it might be an alternative to the, to the bill you just put in. But I'm not, you may also want to see some legislation as well as a separate piece of legislation, but I just raised that. And I think perhaps the commission saw it as an alternative that they could reach some unanimity on, as opposed to where there was disagreement or split on the, the development of a regulatory
Certainly,
process.
if we reported out both bills, it would make sense to hear them
Yes, together.
together.
Yeah, keep them together.
Yes, yeah. But I don't know if they fit in
They don't necessarily
one
fit-
bill.
I don't think they necessarily fit in one bill,
Right.
but they're related topics. So that's absolutely right. I think, a lot of these would be scheduled at the same time, but they're sort of almost like two sides of alternative approaches, I guess, to trying to get at some similar issues.
Correct. Okay. Discussions, questions? I mean, I'm in support of that, just to have that alternative. And again, get input from interested parties and the public on those two
I think as
alternatives.
long as they're put together.
Yes,
Makes sense.
we would. Colleen's really good at
Yeah.
that, making sure we do that. But yes, I think it makes perfect sense. Right, so all those in favor of reporting out that bill?
Bill numbers are going through the roof.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my question is, are there some here that we can combine though? Okay.
We haven't gotten to that part.
Okay, all right, because it seems like they.
Whether or not
I've
you
been-
want
I've
one
been
bill, two
looking,
bills,
trying
yeah.
to
Okay, all
We
right.
can definitely talk about that.
'Cause I'm
They don't have to be
I'm
separate
gonna
bills.
stop raising my hand pretty
Yeah.
soon, otherwise.
Be here till May.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
No, I was trying to think as
Yeah.
we're doing it, but they
Right.
don't fit. They
So
just-
far,
So
so
far.
far, no, but there might
Okay.
be some, yeah.
Okay,
Alright.
next one.
The next one was focusing on a specific practice, I guess I would say, that has been identified as a potential issue in other states. And it was a recommendation to prohibit private equity companies or real estate investment trusts from entering into any arrangement with a healthcare entity for the sale and leaseback of the healthcare entity's main campus or primary location to the private equity company or real estate investment trust. And this was a particular problem that I think led to some of the problems with Massachusetts hospitals, where the sale and leaseback of the primary campus led to some serious financial problems for that institution.
And that was a unanimous.
It was a
recommendation.
unanimous recommendation, yeah. Has not been drafted, but there are examples from other states. Other states have put forward legislation to address that, so could, crib from those to put a proposed bill together if you wanted to.
Okay, discussion, thoughts on that one? It's hard to ignore a unanimous recommendation because this commission did a lot of work. But What are people thinking?
Yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor of reporting out this bill?
Not sure about this one. All right, the next one, this was a majority, but not unanimous. I think it was a 9-4 commission vote. You do have some draft legislation that was suggested. It starts on page 19 it's on page 19 of the white that Edna copied for you. But it would prohibit any transaction involving a healthcare entity in which the ratio of debt to equity is greater than 50%. This again was another sort of practice related to private equity that was identified as could lead to financial concerns. And so this was a recommendation, a majority recommendation of the commission members.
I was just looking at the breakdown. So Representative Foley, you were in the.
I mean,
If you wanna-
I don't have a problem. I'm sorry. I thought we were a little more casual than that, but I guess we probably shouldn't be.
But the public is
I
still
know,
entitled
it's
to listen.
4:30 and I'm laid back right now, but, I mean, I did vote against it. I had some issues or concerns with it, but I don't have a problem with the bill coming forward and having a public hearing so we can have that discussion. So I wouldn't oppose a bill coming forward. I may or may not support it afterwards, but it certainly would be worth having that discussion.
Okay. So all those in favor of reporting out that bill?
You're sighing a lot there.
The next one, this was another 7-6 commission recommendation, but it would prohibit any person from interfering with the professional judgment or clinical decision of a licensed healthcare professional with independent practice authority. There was an appendix attached to the report that provided some examples of similar legislation in other states that could be used as a model for putting this together. I think the commission, there were some concerns raised by those who didn't support this recommendation about, the scope of it, how it would be determined. But a majority of the committee thought that it would be worthwhile to consider as a recommendation. Again, the focus here, I think, based on the discussion was to preserve the clinical decision-making of licensed healthcare professionals when private equity companies or management service organizations might become more involved in a healthcare entity's oversight, and whether there might be pressures, if you will, because of that structure on clinical decisions of licensed healthcare professionals. And there have been some states that have taken some statutory action. And so that would be used as a model if you went forward with a proposal on this issue.
Thoughts on this one? Representative Matheson.
I'd like more information about why this was a concern. I feel like this would be a concern at any facility, not just a private equity facility. I guess I always get a little bit concerned about moving into the professional judgment and clinical decisions. I guess I'm a little confused about this one. If you want to do some more clarification, I appreciate that because I'm not sure I support this one.
Yeah, I think this came up and Rep. Foley, you can of course add to, just as we sort of talked about some of the behaviors of private equity. So it's not, this one, it wasn't specific to private equity. It would be any person, but it came about from some of the behaviors that we're seeing from private equity companies once they take over an entity, then beginning to interfere with professional judgment, clinical judgment, whether that's through coding or other ways.
It seems like a labor issue, but I'm confused.
It might be something where you refer to labor, Representative.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that we heard and discussed in the commission was the potential for equity firms to require coding and coding up procedures to a higher pay in order to drive the revenue. And that was the real concern.
That makes more
I think it wasn't more about, well, we don't think you need that test, this test. It was really more towards coding and trying to drive the value of a case. And that was the real, I think we had testimony from the gentleman from Connecticut, I think, who talked about they had seen that happening, but
I feel like that's a bureau, that's against the law. So yeah, to mandate that someone upcode a procedure and if someone's contracted with an insurance, like that your license can be taken away with that. So I don't know. Anyways, I'm not sure. If we do this, I think it might be a labor bill.
Well, the next one, one of the next ones, when you talk about sort of recommendations with broader scope, kind of a related discussion that the committee had was about provider non-compete clauses and non-disparaging clauses in contracts with licensed healthcare professionals. Again, that was, that is the subject of some proposed legislation that was included. It's on the last page 20. And that those kind of two items were kind of discussed together, although it was a little broader than just kind of private equity involvement. And I think if that was printed and moved forward, that probably would be a bill that would be referred to the Labor Committee because they have some, as Senator Tipping said at the presentation, has some history with legislation related to that issue. So you could think about these as kind of an either or, you know, they potentially, it's up to you as to whether or not you want to see a bill or not.
Well, it's the pleasure of the committee. What are you thinking? Do you think, Colleen, you could combine those two?
I was wondering too.
And
Oh, we could. Oh, this could be something that is combined into one piece of legislation, potentially. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna call it the anti-coding up, just for
Yeah.
shorthand.
Yeah.
And then
And
the
if
last
the
one on
committee
page
is
20.
interested in just focusing on that issue, we could just focus on the anti-coding, you know, the upcoding, sorry.
Upcoding,
The
yeah.
legislation could just focus on that as opposed to some of the other items that were mentioned
And
and
again,
included in
though,
a bill.
refer that bill to labor.
Yeah, we could do that.
Does that?
Draft it in such a way.
So if we're gonna go ahead with this, which
Oh, so I'm sorry.
it is late in the afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. If we were to go if we were to go ahead with this, it would apply to not just situations where a private equity firm had taken over, but any situation where people were where an entity was upcoding. Is that correct? Which
Yes.
really is
I mean, that's the draft
Yeah.
recommendation. It's not
so I would
just-
see that would stay, first of all, I would like to see us do that, but also it really is an insurance issue. They're upcoding in their insurance billing. So therefore, I think that the bill should stay with our committee. I think labor who does not deal in the insurance world, in our insurance world, might be having to spend a lot of time catching up with this if we sent it to them. So I would prefer to see us manage the bill. That's
So
just
you'd
my
want-
opinion.
You'd want two separate bills and the anti-upcoding one to stay here.
Well, I can say, you know, you don't necessarily have to decide the number of bills or how many bills and how you want to combine them. So my hope would be after today, if you know, have a list of what you want, I would add to the draft legislation that's already been drafted so you could see it all together and then you can kind of make decisions about, you know, I'm not gonna like draft a bill and you're not gonna see it again before it's printed. I would bring it back to you so you could see what the language would be before we let it be turned into an LD.
Okay. Representative Foley.
yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering, rather than putting together a bill and sending it to labor, maybe we should just send this criteria to labor and see if they want a bill. I mean, I wouldn't feel great about somebody sending us a bill without us having the consideration of whether we want it or not.
I hear you on that, but Senator Tipping was the lead on this.
Right.
Commission, so I think that it was important to him.
I know,
too.
but I just think it might say, hey, here, here's the ball. You run with it because we're not running with it. That's my thought. It just,
I'm happy to, once the language is drafted, to consult with Senator Tipping, and I'm sure Representative Matheson can consult with the House Chair, who I don't even know who that is, Amy.
Ryder,
Okay.
Representative Ryder.
Okay. So, yes, we wouldn't just dump it on them.
I mean,
So I appreciate that. Representative Olson.
I mean, I see those as two separate issues.
Okay.
One is an FWA, the other is labor. One's FWA. So it really, is labor the right place or is justice? I mean, that's clearly a fraudulent practice. So labor is really not right place. We're really not the right place. It's really a justice issue. Because
Okay.
that's a criminal offense at that point.
Okay, so a couple of people have now said they think they should be separate, which is fine. So let's do our straw poll on the last one on the bottom of page 2, the anti-upcoding bill. All those in favor of having that bill done?
Okay.
Looks like a majority. And then we've got 4 more.
Yep, the last bucket were sort of the broader recommendations, the catch-all ones, if you will. The first one was a recommendation to reestablish a statewide healthcare services planning process. There was some proposed legislation, included in, the packet. I think that was the third piece of legislation that was drafted on page 15, starting on page 15 would be some draft legislation to reestablish that process. There was a prior process in statute, and the legislation is really proposing to kind of recodify that. The development of a biennial state health plan, and then some annual reporting related to statewide health expenditures, and assessing the progress toward meeting the goals of the state health plan. This was a unanimous recommendation of the commission to reestablish that planning process.
And the commission determined that it did require legislation.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so Representative Boyer.
I would just note on this one, I know the HHS committee just heard LD 1772. And I don't know enough, Colleen, you know better than I don't know how similar they are. I think it was well received, at least at the public hearing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's a bill sponsored by Senator Bennett.
Yeah.
That proposed an amendment, a newer or an updated amendment that would related to kind of the Fund for Healthy Maine and kind of a trust fund, but it included a component of statewide health planning. So I think if a bill was brought forward, certainly it would be, I don't think the HHS committee's taken action on that yet.
Right.
So it'd be something to keep an eye on. That's focused on, that would establish a sort of an advisory committee that would advise on the use of the Fund for Healthy Maine funds, but as part of that, the advisory committee would develop a state health plan. So it's a little bit of a different approach, but it's similar. So it's good for you to know about it.
So do we need a separate public hearing
It's a
or,
question, yeah.
I mean, can we send this recommendation to HHS with
Could.
the proposed language and ask them to consider it as they work that bill? I'm not familiar with it, so.
That's one option. Yeah, I don't know.
Instead of duplicating efforts, I mean, are they close enough that?
I don't know. Well, there are some differences, but
Right.
sort
Oh, I
of the
know that.
substance, I guess, of a development of a plan is similar. Who does it and who has oversight of it would be is a little different. Than what's proposed here, than what's proposed in that proposal, but the idea I think is aligned. Of having a plan in place.
What does the committee think?
You could take a wait and see attitude too, to see what they do first.
I'm in favor of trying to move forward with statewide planning. My question for Colleen was, the legislation, the draft legislation that you put before us, did you pull that? 'Cause didn't the state used to do health planning? So that's what that is. So it's basically just restoring what we used to have. Got it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I'm in favor of moving that forward. And if it makes sense to send it to HHS, I'm all for that.
Okay. Others thoughts? What about the commission members? What do you think? Do we need a separate bill with another public hearing or send it to HHS for their consideration?
I think sending it to HHS seems like a good idea. That way they have both and can sort of fix, I guess, make it the best it could be. Rather than us working on something sort of at the same time, but separate.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it would belong in HHS, and where they've already got that bill, they might be able to duplicate or at least amend that bill to accommodate what we're recommending here. So I think that's where it belongs.
Okay.
Instead of,
I'm sorry.
Can we ask for any type of response from? Can we ask for any type of a response from HHS or not?
No, they can't talk to us.
so what you're, I think, talking about is sending them a memo with this proposed legislation and saying, please consider this when you consider your bill. And then depending on what they do, then you could always take additional action if you don't like what they do or whatever. Yeah.
Yes, and
Okay.
pointing out that
Rather
it was a
than putting it-
unanimous recommendation of the
Yep.
commission and that you know how to.
Yep,
write
I
the
do.
memo. Or you
Good.
do.
That's what you want. Let's take this off.
Okay, all those in favor of
Sending a letter.
sending a memo to HHS?
Great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Guess what? This next one, I don't think it needs legislation, but it might need a letter or something, or just paying attention to what might happen. This is a recommendation that any federal grant funding that the state receives through the Rural Health Transformation Program be focused on supporting the sustainability of rural healthcare providers to the maximum extent possible.
I think that's kind of the criteria.
It is. I mean, I have to say that this recommendation was developed before the money was awarded.
Yeah.
In anticipation of it and before it was completely, that process was finished. So I don't know that I don't think it doesn't require legislative action. If you wanted some sort of communication, we could do that, but it may be just something that all of you should be paying attention to, I guess.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at a separate meeting I was at, there was somebody from an agency that, not as the government, it was one of the area agencies on aging. And the person that came was talking about how this could be a good pot of money to go after to do things like home repair for people, you know, like for people at home, so that make sure that they can stay at home. My understanding is that the goal is to try and make sure that this money goes to like actual providers. And so I don't know what kind of sort of chatter is about in terms of like everybody wanting to try and grab this money. But if it makes sense in a letter to make any kind of a recommendation of like, for what it's worth, our committee thinks it should be focused on X, Y, and Z. If we're going to write a letter, I just wanted to raise that as a, you know, I don't want it to just be a free for all that people can just go after it and, you know.
Yeah, there's some pretty strict criteria, but Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm assuming that the department is the entity that applied for the federal funding and received it. So first of all, I think this would be their bill. And we could put it together with the letter to the department and just, you know, say this was a recommendation. Congratulations on the grant you've received. We encourage you to keep going, something like that. Because that's basically what this recommendation was getting at. Is that correct?
So, yes, and my understanding of the
rural healthcare fund, there's two tranches of money. One is just proportional, every state gets proportional money. That's the money we've received. There's also competitive grants that the department has or is or will be. I don't know where they are in the process, submitting applications saying, here's what we need money, especially for this or especially for that. So I don't know what this was geared towards. Was this geared towards the everyone gets money portion or the competitive grant or both?
It was a little bit to both, I think, because it was when the department was sort of putting together the grant proposal and trying, not necessarily knowing what their focus would be. And trying to, my understanding was sort of focus the funds to the greatest extent possible at sort of sustainability of rural healthcare providers to maintain
So
access.
the letter
and
would be
support
any money
there.
you get through this program, one way or another.
Yeah, have this be one of the main
this be
focus
one of
of
the
how you
focuses.
allot the money to this sustainability issue.
representative. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Meg, was the actual, I think she put together the application or she knows.
She was involved.
She knows about it. If we have questions about that, I think she might be able to answer those questions or at least a briefing. I don't mean to put you on the spot. But if you are okay with her coming up, Madam Chair, just to give us a briefing of the money they got and what they're gonna do with it, or we have that at another time.
I'm actually comfortable with her working with Colleen on the letter,
Okay.
which I think Colleen would probably reach out to different stakeholders on how to write that. But the committee seems to be leaning towards supporting a letter.
But I think if any members have any particular questions, should be a great resource for you, so.
Thank you.
And there are some resources I can share too. Like summary information of the proposal and what was approved, so.
Okay. So all those in favor of supporting the letter?
We're good at that.
Right.
Okay.
Right, then we're back to.
Last two.
non-
Yeah, the issue of non-compete clauses, right?
Yep.
We talked about this before. This was drafted. I think it's on page 20, or 19, of the proposed legislation. Page 20. If you're interested.
So all those in favor of drafting this legislation?
It's just going to be,
Well,
as long as they are okay with taking it. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Arthur, if you could turn your mic on. Thank you. All right. And
Last one.
lastly. That's for.
The last one was recommending the establishment of a task force to study the demand for long-term care to determine the appropriate number of long-term care beds and to increase nursing home bed capacity statewide. It was not unanimous, almost unanimous of the commission members. And I'll stop there. I mean, we have models for how to create a task force if the committee's interested in putting that together.
Lots.
I don't know who, I have no idea. I'll just go down the line. Yeah, we'll do Representative Boyer first, I guess.
Would it be appropriate to put this into our letter to HHS for them to consider in the state health plan?
Yeah.
Just an idea for
Yeah.
us to consider, that could be part of the state health plan.
Yes. Representative Arthur?
Yeah.
Just, thank you, Madam Chair. This is very quick. Actually, that's what I was going to say. I remember hearing about studies the department has done on long-term care and the needs, doing a need assessment. And so they may have already done this and they'd be a great entity to do it again.
Representative Bucci?
Similarly, I was gonna say this
Okay.
seems like it's an HHS thing, but I actually did ask around and they have, because I was like, hasn't something like this been done? And no, it hasn't been done. And so it seems like, and then I vetted it with several other like health policy people and they're all like, yeah, that's a good idea. So.
Okay. Okay, so there seems to be consensus to include it in the letter to HHS. All those in favor?
They need more words.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't say that on my.
You didn't. All right. Anything else, Colleen? That's it? You
That's-
have a lot of work to do now.
That's all I had. Yeah, no, that's all I had for today. I'll be in touch with the committee chairs about scheduling for next week, but there are a number of tabled bills today that we'll put on the work session schedule for next Wednesday. There were a couple
Keep
that
them
will be
moving.
on the schedule for 2 weeks from today that you talked about. And some new bills for public hearing next week that then will be added, but we'll meet Tuesday and Wednesday next week.
Okay, great.
Great.
Thank you all. Great
Thank
work
you.
today.
Everyone.